Olá, bom dia.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming here. We're going to get started here with our seminar, How to Face Violent Extreme Online. I would like to thank you. We're going to have an opening word before the opening conference. First of all, I'm going to give the floor to Professor Glaser to tell us a little bit of the history of the CGI with the university that opened the cathedral, and we're gonna transmit the idea of the seminary to show what to expect from this meeting, and then we're gonna go to the opening ceremony. Once again, good morning, everyone. My name is Hartmut Glaser. I'm Executive Secretariat of the Management Committee of Internet in Brazil. Brazil is being a reference, a model of being a governance of Internet, which is multi-sectorial. The governance of Internet since 1995, since Fernando Henrique Cardoso government, when it was created, took up a multi-sector governance, putting together academia, companies, third sector, and government. Today we have 21 counselors, 9 are from the government, and 12 are elected by their peers. So we have 4 elected by NGOs and 4 by the academia, and these 12 plus 9 from the government. Government has a minority. I would like to emphasize that because this is good because society has an active voice. So they coordinate the Brazilian internet. I'm a retired professor from Poli, USP, and I can't stop teaching. So since the FAPESP, I got involved with internet in 1996, and today we are a nonprofit organization, autonomous with our own resources, with our own headquarters, coordinating governance of internet in Brazil. We have employees taking care of all the domains that are .br, the internet. We are police. We work with internet safety and with all the governance policy of the internet. It's a very important organization. We have a strict relationship with the parliament, senators, deputies, ministries, and putting Brazil among the top 10 internet services in the world. We've been having many international contacts. We are a reference in events, and that makes us very proud of it. And then by working with the internet for more than 5 or 6 years ago, we decided to have a laboratory for exchanging ideas within USP. The Advanced Study Institute professor decided to make it, and we are now as partners of the AI, and we have a special area to take care of internet through civil governance and public governance, and it was named after Oscar Sala. He was a president of FAPESP, was my first advisor. I was a student here at USP. So I had a good relationship with him, and we worked later. So Oscar Sala is the area that today is in charge of the governance of internet in Brazil. And this partnership has an academic activity, which is really strong and coordinated by Abdo. And you have many parallel events, such as this activity here today. So we would like to tell the society to bring issues regarding our background and also to participate on the society as a whole of this quick evolution. I was talking to the senator that actually we started in '96 by being careful about the infrastructure of internet. Today we have a wide network of infrastructure, but we have the Amazon to cover yet. But today the point is no longer infrastructure. Today 80 to 90% of Brazilian population has access to the internet either by fiber, radio, satellite, somehow. So what concerns us today is that internet is no longer a nobody's land. Today, everything is possible. Fake news, lies, for or against campaigns, such and such. So the policy of governance is integrated with politics in our country. So we have an intimacy with the parliament in Brasilia, with the ministries that are involved, and we hope that this event, how to face extreme ideas, violent ideas online, how we could contribute to that. The pioneers of the world internet, they created a land where everything is possible. Of course, there were good intentions, but we have the dirty players. So we're gonna find a way of having easy and cheap communication to all, because it has evolved in a way such as having criminals online, and all the politics and policies are very complicated and complex issues. So we hope this event is successful. Welcome you all. And the CGI is our acronym, the Internet Management Committee. We are available to use your considerations from this event to contribute in our internal policies, but also externally, where we support bills in the federal government. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Success to all. Thank you, Professor. I've highlighted that this professor is key to bring and implement internet in Brazil. And it's an honor having this partnership between the third sector and University of São Paulo and these organizers of this seminar. This chair, as we know, is an institute. It's a sui generis institute because it's a point for gathering of external partners of the university with the professors of the chair and concerned with external society issues. So we have a chairman today. Our chairman is Professor Almeida from the Federal University. He's been discussing books and activities. Among all the things that we do, one of them is to organize a post-graduation discipline subject to all the students, since veterinary, engineering, public policies, all the university, dozens of students come to think about internet governance, and their social impacts on the society. The edition we had this year, Michele, and we bring specialists for about each of these themes. We have researchers that are many years researching about that. And she brought something very detailing, a very concerning issue about the violent extreme ideas in Brazil. She was a researcher in our research group in USP. But as an outcome of that class she was teaching, we decided that would be worth it to put the actors that were involved with that to talk about the problem by putting together the academic researchers, those who are working directly on the fight against this extreme violent or violent extremism. as we are this, we need a legal background to some points. Many times, one of the objectives is to reflect this together today, together with the Brazilian Parliament. This theme, I would like to highlight this. That concerns me because this extremism is radical. It expresses, on the contrary of terrorism that has ideological motivations, that doesn't seem to have a clear motivation. It seems to be very nihilistic. And it's extreme, and it involves children as victims, and many times they are perpetrating those crimes. So dealing with that theme is really concerning. I remember we had some attacks in schools, I think was 22 or 23. At the university, we had the checklist with ourselves, a technical note by helping the security forces and the justice forces in Brazil. And then that generated an action, a police actions from all the forces that ended up on the prisoning of people and agents. And that has posed us preoccupation and worries because we had a hard response. And many of the subjects that were involved in that, they were children. And if we acted violently, we would be violating the children's rights. So it's a very concerning number. It requires hard measures. How do we find the balance point in this issue? That's one of the top challenges. Washington Post has made an article at that moment. 1 month before that attack we had in 2023, we had one equivalent in the United States, and Washington Post has written an article by showing that the violent responses against adolescents, it was very delicate, very sensitive theme. So I would like to bring out this reflections to think of all the dimensions that involve this problem. I would like to thank, first of all, our Internet Management Committee that has viabilized this event. We had some problems with the visa with our lecturer, but they have collaborated with us. Thank you. I would like to thank Deborah, who's organized. Thank you so much. She's done everything. She organized the whole event. This morning, I'm going to open. We're going to have two sessions this morning. We have this opening lecture, which is going to be Mark Andrew. I'm going to introduce him. And after, we're going to have an academic panel by bringing researchers that are looking at that phenomena. I'm going to introduce them when we have the panel. We have a break for lunch. The lecturers are invited to go to the restaurant. I'm going to give you the instructions. And then we'll come back afternoon by bringing the representatives of institutions such as police, federal police, and Brazilian prosecution. So thank you very much for having come. I would like to thank the senator. We know that you are having hard time in Brasilia. You took one day off just to come here with us. It's a privilege for us having you here. Without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to. We have simultaneous translations. Those who want simultaneous translations, at the entrance of the auditorium, where you have the headsets, your devices, you can get one device for you to follow the lecture. I'm going to get started by introducing Marc André. Marc André, he got his PhD by the University of Concord by using an approach of mixed methods in engineering for information systems. His PhD was about the QAnon movement, and he's been having one of the main studios academics on this network against terrorism. His work is excellent. We're really glad to be having him here in Brazil, even though we had some difficulties for visa and all. It's a pleasure having him here. Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you for having me here.
enforcement. We also partner with organizations like Moonshot. This is a private company that helps to do redirect services. They put advertisements on mainstream social media, but also alternative social media, trying to get individuals to come and join these programs for support. Now, in terms of the trends we're seeing online, I'm going to talk about one of the growing concerns that we have in the Canadian space. Translation's not working? Oh, second. I am in no rush. Does it work for everyone now? Good. That's okay. We just had our big conference in Canada last week. I'm quite aware of technical difficulties. All right. Everyone hears me now? Good. Excellent. So, today we are going to talk about children, youth, and the internet. And I'm going to present a bit of the current threat that is of concern with youth online, at least in the Canadian context, but also in several other countries, Brazil included. And that is threat posed by what I've called nihilistic violence. And this is a convergence of various threats. It's part sadistic subculture, part extremist accelerationism, the type of actors that want to collapse our societies and democracies to restore their own and look for vulnerabilities in them to leverage, but also organized cyber harassment. Um, the potency of nihilistic violent extremists lies in their agility and an absence of limiting ideology. Unlike other traditional violent extremist threats, ideology is not the primary driver for these individuals. Rather, it is the desire for popularity, internet clout, but also a desire to simply glorify and participate in acts of violence. Violence is their main motivation and desire. Ideology will come at a later stage and play a tertiary role more than anything else. But what they really do is prioritize the destruction of our existing social, political, and moral structures, not to instigate a new order, but simply cause chaos, destroy everything we. They're not interested in getting a white ethno state, not interested in replacing the government with their own. This is really, you want a popular culture reference? The Joker from Batman in The Dark Knight. I just want violence for the sake of violence. I just want to burn the big money I got from the mob. Nothing else is motivating. They operate on a deep rooted disdain for humanity, but not only for other people, but for what we deem as human behavior and human norms. And they want to transgress everything that we believe in, which is why they're involved in things like the creation of child sexual exploitation. That is globally one of the few things as a species we agree on that is horrendous and illegal and unacceptable. We can't agree on any other definition, don't agree what terrorism is, but in this state we understand what it is because it's so obscene. But this is why they participate. So they align with an extreme form of misanthropy. They want to purify the race as we see it. An example of this type of hatred of others, I'll talk about later. But Solomon Henderson in the US was an African American who committed a school shooting in January of this year, but he was a big supporter of Hitler. He was a Nazi. He had a lot of self hatred because of income. Nihilistic violent extremists are not driven by racial identity, religious identity, or traditional ideology. It really flips on the head the way that we've approached terrorism and national security over the past 20 years. So, if that's their worldview, where are threat actors based at the moment? And what I'm speaking about in terms of threat actors are youths, minors. These are very young kids, aged 12 to 17 on average. Some are older, and they live and spend their time online in a place they call the edge sphere. This is the fringe of the most extreme spaces online that emerged between 2018 and 2020. They're a generation of youths that are hyper online. They are spending 12, 13, 14 hours a day in these communities. Um, they are known for edgy behavior. They call themselves edge lords. These are the type of youths who would follow their favorite Twitch streamer and gamer and would go to their servers, find their addresses, and then they would send them cheese pizza. Cheese pizza is CNP for child pornography. It was an internet meme that they were using to troll their favorite internet celebrities. But that evolved from sending them cheese pizzas and swatting them, actually sending child pornography in their Discord servers and on Twitch to get them shut down. This type of obscene behavior is what was part of the formative culture of the edge sphere. And it comprises several subcultures that most people are not familiar with, unless you're like me and you spend your time on the weirdest places on the internet for both your research and your work. Um, some of the communities that are talking about were foundations. So, how did we get to where we are today? If we go back just a little bit to 2017, 2019, there's a lot of terrible content. You've worked on net harms or terrorist using the internet, you've probably come across things like the Terrorgram Collective, the Order of Nine Angle, ISIS footage, conflict footage from Ukraine, Middle East, or Sudan. You could look at websites like Watch People Die, an entire website dedicated to hosting footage of people dying by suicide, accident, live stream terrorist attacks, gore websites that simply share animal torture, harm, sites like 4chan, 8chan, Kiwi Farm. All of these places existed before, but they were parallel in a way where users could move from one space to another, but the ecosystems themselves were not blending or coming together. And this changed between 2019 and 2021. I think we all remember the COVID pandemic. I don't know if Brazil was locked down. You were, so same thing for us. Ending, we were only allowed the house for between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. for a couple of things. It was limited movement. It was the same for a lot of people around the world. What happened? Our digital behaviors changed. We tried to keep a sense of normality in the way that we function. We tried to meet with our friends and do our activities. That meant that we spent more time online. As a parent, I could also understand how parenting behaviors changed. You had to teach your kids at school, which was at home now. You had to do your job at home. And it's understandable that we wanted to use devices as pacifiers. We'd give cell phones and tablets to young kids quiet while we tried to go on with our daily lives. We were trying to adapt and making the best of the situation. Now, what happened was platforms like Discord had an extreme growth. It was mainly used by gamers prior to 2019, and it went from 50 million monthly users in 2019 to I think we're up to 400 million monthly. It was a large increase in one specific platform. And what is fascinating is what it offers. It gives you the capacity to chat, voice call, video call, live stream. Everyone was building communities around it. I learned how to do woodworking because I was bored and had nothing else to do at home. Well, I went on some woodworking discords to learn. I played Among Us with my parents and my friends, and we had a dedicated server simply for playing video games and trying to stay together during the pandemic. These digital behaviors change the way that we interact with each other, specifically face to face and how we have our peer dynamic. And this was true, especially for those that were hyper online. And what happened is the communities in 2017 to 2019 that were on your left, yes, on your left, hybridized. They started blending. What my colleagues and I and the Canadian government call the COVID blender. And what has come out is the first glimpse of what Generation Alpha is going to look like in terms of potential threats to national. And again, I'm speaking about a small population, so let's not throw all the Gen Alpha kids under the bus. But we're seeing a mix of things like the COM network. We're seeing a new type of school shooter. We're seeing new forums appear where new harms are normalized. And this is the threat that we are trying to address. Highly complex, not only due to the type of content mixing terrorism, child sexual exploitation, cybercrime, but also due to young age of the perpetrators and the reality that the majority of the people in this are both victims and perpetrators. which complicates prevention, investigations, the process. So we need to rethink how we're doing prevention, security, securing our own country. So here are some examples of nihilistic threats. The first one I'm going to talk about, and this is the one that's been mostly in the media, is the ComNet, which is short for the community. This is a loose network of websites, channels, forums, chats that bring together three types of criminality: cybercrime, so hacking, SIM swapping, stealing cryptocurrencies. Some of the individuals in this network were responsible for hacking the casino MGM Grand or Verizon Wireless. We're looking at again. Or even Marks and Spencer in the UK. They're responsible for stealing hundreds of millions of dollars over the past few years in cybercrime alone. The other one in yellow is sextortion.com or extortion.com. This is a community that is driven in coercing, manipulating, and forcing individuals into generating child pornography, self-harming, animal abuse, reality, and committing suicide. Coerced suicide is the top prize for the extorters in this network, where they're all trying to convince someone to kill themselves. Prize. An example of this is an individual in Germany who went by White Tiger. Has over 100 victims globally. One of them is in Canada. Tried to coerce a 14-year-old to commit suicide. The victim in Canada was 7,900 kilometers away. Never engaged with this person directly, and everything was done behind a keyboard. Though he was not successful with this victim, he was successful with a 13-year-old boy who killed himself on a live stream. So we could see that the type of harms and the type of crimes and the type of threats to our national security are shifting. The last one, the offline com, is where we might see traditional terrorism and something that we recognize. These are where you're going to find groups like No Lives Matter, Maniac Murder Cult. Individuals in this subset of the com network are interested in carrying out real-world violence like stabbing, beating, but also smaller crimes such as arson, PD, tire slashing. The objective is to take what was happening online and move it to the offline space. Now, the type of crimes that they commit in the com network serve two purposes: notoriety and popularity, but also to get access to the communities themselves. So if you want to join com network, you need to commit a crime. Now, I know the metaphor I'm going to use did not work in New Zealand, so I'm going to see if it works in Brazil. But in high school, you guys have cafeterias where you all have lunch? And some? Man, okay, this must be a North American thing. All right. So in cafeterias in Canada, you don't necessarily get to choose where you sit. It's rather dictated by your sociocultural position in your school. What I mean by that is I played football, not soccer. I played American football, hitting people. So I could sit with the football table. I was an Anglophone in a French school. I could sit with the Anglophone. My identity gave me access to specific groups. It's the same thing in the com network, but your identity is dictated by the type of criminal behavior you're willing to commit. So if you are an extorter, you'll get access to the extortion table. If you're a cyber criminal, you'll get into cyber. In the same way that I had multiple identities, these individuals have access to multiple criminal networks that they participate in. Now, why I'm using the high school cafeteria is twofold: to remind everyone that these are kids that are high school. But two, most of what we do in high school is determined by our desire for popularity. And this is what these kids want. The popular kids table is the 764 table. This is a group in the com network that is the most infamous. It is the one that is responsible for the most harm. And everyone in the network is competing to be as sadistic, as violent, and as dangerous. This is what they're all competing for. And that is the main driver for the comm network, this desire for popularity. So the type of harm and violence you hear about coming from these spaces, the horrific part is it's just for fun, just for laughs, just for popularity. That changes the way that you'd be approaching and thinking about. This better? You're welcome. All right, I got this. The next kind, because the comm network has enough media attention, the next one I think we need to pay attention to, most importantly, are this new generation of nihilistic, violent, extremist school shooters. I'm going to focus on Solomon, Natalie, Arda, and Jordan first. Now, these four are part of a network of individuals that were not friends, but they knew each other online. They connected, they shared similar content, and they were active together on a platform called Vidly, and they were sharing true crime videos, live streams of school shootings, mass casualty attacks, and they were really trying to push each other towards carrying out a mass casualty incident. The first one to do so was Jordan Patton in June of 2024, 19, and he wanted to kill a Labour MP in Australia. He live streamed the attack, but he never carried it out. He got cold feet and he was arrested before he could decide to go try again. He did publish a manifesto, and reading that manifesto led me to be a little confused. Wasn't far right, wasn't far left, really had a whole different perspective on the world. 2 months later, 18-year-old from Turkey, Arda K, went on a serial stabbing spree, stabbed 5 people. And he really represents the epitome of the nihilistic violent extremist shooter. He brought together the Terragram Collective, the Order of Nine Angles, and Maniac Murder Cult, and really brought forth this new type of mentality. In his live stream on Discord were 11 people. 2 of them were Natalie Rupnow and Solomon Henderson, who you see on the screen. Natalie and Solomon themselves, after that incident, carried out their own attacks in December and in January. This is the first time in at least this data I've seen from school shooters where 4 individuals have been connected, communicating, and engaging in similar networks prior to carrying out attacks. Though there are 4 of them on the screen, there are others that have simply not carried their attacks who have followed similar patterns, posted similar ways, shown similar behaviors, but were stopped before they could carry out their attacks. Now, the last one I'm going to talk about here is Robin Westman. And this was an individual who carried out their attack in August of this year. And they were a trans person. Now, I'm bringing up this as a case study because there's been some misunderstanding on trans shooters and some individuals and organizations labeling trans people as nihilistic violent extremists. That's not the case. Do we have trans shooters who are motivated by gender dysphoria and their trans grievances? Yes, Aubrey Hale in the US was an example of this. But Robin, in translating their diary, was not motivated really by that. There were some elements of not being accepted, live in the US, place to be trans, but they tended to have some support from their family based on what they were writing. But their real grievances was, I was not heard, I was not seen, I was lonely, I'm suicidal. And it was really their obsession with the Columbine shooting in 1999, Nicholas Cruz, and Adam Lanza. These are very well-known school shooters in the US. And Robin was not only idolizing them, but was replicating their behaviors. In their diary, Robin wrote how they dressed like Nicholas Cruz, wearing the same type of clothes, and reenacted the school shooting based on video footage they've seen in their room as a way of wanting to perform and act like basically their favorite star, the way that we have movie stars and athletes that we worship. These individuals worship school. So in the case of Robin Westman, their desire was not you know, a gender-based grievance. It was really, I want to know what it feels like to kill someone. There is no message to why I'm doing this other than this is the way I'm going to be heard. The driving factors are really this fascination with violence, some of their grievances, some of their traumas, and really just a desire for knowing what it feels to hurt and kill someone else. The other network where these nihilistic violent extremist individuals come from is what's called the cute core network and self-harm and eating disorder communities. Now, the complex nature of this space is the majority of the victims that are coming from the Q core space will initially be victims of the COM network, but become predators and victimizers as a form of survival. It is their way to not be victimized by the community. Now, the cute core community is a subculture that is based around kawaii culture. So think of Japanese, pink, fluffy, Hello Kitty, princesses, sprinkles. You have a young girl as a daughter. You kind of have an idea what their bedroom looked like. That's what it is. Now, there are existing communities for self-harm and eating disorders online. These have been around since the internet's been created. But if you are a predator who wants to generate gore content, what better than someone who's already self-harming, who is already in psychological distress and will be malleable to doing so? So what happens is they'll create these ecosystems and apply the same pastel filters, the same colors, as a way of lowering the inhibition of potential victims, creating a familiar space. And then once they have the hook in them, they could reel them in and keep them and then begin the grooming process. Now, it's important to highlight that within the Q core space, it's not only young boys that are targeting girls, but the growing trend is girls targeting other girls because they have so much trust and peer bonding. They are perceived less of a threat, but they will sadistically target other girls for sextortion, for self-harm. And again, this is the survival mechanism. If you've been victimized and this community is driven by popularity and notoriety, you need to become the scarier version of yourself so that no one will come after you. And this is what is motivating a lot of the victims to become perpetrators. Now, there is a cycle of content creation. When we're talking about internet harms, there is a mechanism by which this occurs, and it's both community and behavioral built. So if we look at the crime gore community, this is the internet space where you're going to find true crime, gore, the worst of the worst stuff you want. Those who are interested in taboo content, like I was as a child, would go into these spaces, consume it, find other peers, participate in these spaces. The majority of those who go there are simply interested in looking at taboo content. It is normal behavior in a way to want to know what is forbidden, seen. Even in the Bible, Adam and Eve, human behavior from the get-go, we don't want to follow the rules. Now, after a while, if you are not satisfied with simply consuming content, you want to go forward, or you're not getting the same type of stimulus from the content because you've become numb to it, you might become a creator, an editor. Video editors in this space, what they take is a series of gore footage, live streams of attacks. They'll remove all the non-violent content and squish together the worst of the worst. They'll add video filtering using aesthetics from the 80s and 90s. And then they're going to put some terrible music that they might have created themselves or some other SoundCloud rapper or EDM music or metal music. And the idea is to create a very stimulating piece of multimedia that'll hit all the senses possible. That is a way to start building an audience. You build a sense of notoriety, you get followership, you feel good. They're getting their likes, they're getting their friends. Now, this is where community building ends in a way. You could hit that point, you could build your community, you could stay there. But for some of these individuals, those who became leaders or creators of groups in the COM network or became school shooters, it's moved beyond that. So if you want to create a new gore edit and you've already used all the content, well, now I need to get my own. Maybe I'll abuse animals. Maybe I'll get into hurtcore pornography, basically non-consensual, violence-driven sexual desire. I might get into wanting to carry out an attack to be like my favorite school shooters. This is where we enter the third stage, which is a pre-mobilization area. This is kind of the last place that we have in terms of prevention and securitization. This is where they will research their tactic, techniques, and procedures. This is where they research their gear. This is where they look weapons. And then from there, they move to their attack. Those who carry out their attacks have maybe a chance to live stream it, create a manifesto, bystander footage, crime scene footage. That all feeds back into number one. And the cycle continues again. So in terms of media creation, every time there is an incident, we are creating more content that can go into these places to be and inspire the next. Content removal will not save all of our issues, but again, getting upstream as early as possible to prevent anyone. Going down this path is important. There are several markers in terms of what is a nihilistic violent extremist. They are driven by performance. Violence is their main message. Sadism is not just a psychological element, but rather it's part of the performance. If you need to be scarier than the other individual, you have to be sadistic. Because if someone is killing a cat, well, I need to kill a dog. If someone is extorting, someone who's 17, I'm going to go and extort someone who's 13. It's always trying to push the limit, and sadism is one of this way. Narcissism is another one. They're clout driven. They have these narcissistic tendencies, not in the clinical sense, but in the sense that they desire attention and that they are driven by the feedback loop within the community. Self-annihilation. This is not only those in the school shooter space who want to take their own lives, but the element of self-annihilation is also destroying what is human about you to become the worst monster possible, which is what we see in a lot of the worst individuals in the comm network, where they're trying to destroy what is their humanity, what makes them normal, to be different than the rest of their peers. And the last one I'll touch is chaos as a form of control. The chaos of what they're doing is a way that they control victims through the fear, the harm, the sadism. They also control law enforcement reaction when they do swatting, which is when you make a fake call to law enforcement, a fake bomb threat, a fake shooting, forcing their response. When you target your psychologist out of revenge because they reported something you said in therapy, or the law enforcement officer who came to your house and gave you a business card, you try to find out where they live. They use their networks and their capacity as a way of controlling their environment. In terms of the harms that there are four main ways that people get harmed in this space. It is going to be self-harm. So this is non-suicidal self-injury, carving usernames into your skin. In terms of victims that are going through the emergency room, or you're being seen through a pediatrician or anything else, is you're not looking for normal self-harm lines of horizontal cuts. You're looking at images, the name of people, usernames, hate symbols. You're going to see things like animal abuse. That's not unique to this space. That's a precursor to a lot of violent behavior, but it is a barrier to entry that is easy for a young individual to carry out with pets in their house or in their neighborhood. It is the first step towards more severe violence. Doxing, swatting, the cyber mischief is very common. Doxing is an important part of this culture where everyone is posting everyone's personal information to try to target them. There's no sense of privacy, but that creates a form of trauma when you do find a victim that is willing to try to get out, that they do not trust anyone. They're scared of sharing information. In one instance, an individual who was arrested was so scared to talk about the group that he was a part of because he thought they could get the video footage of this interview to target him, that he had to write out on a computer to the law enforcement officer what group he was a part of and what they were doing. So the fear that these individuals have is real, and that trauma makes it complex in terms of both prevention and the judicial process. The final one is child sexual exploitation. That should not surprise anyone in terms of what the harms are there. But what's important to highlight is that within this community, psychological, emotional, and physical trauma are often all present. And the physical trauma is not due to the sexual assault in a physical sense, but it's due to the sadistic ways that they are coerced into generating sexual content. This could be from inserting sharp, spiky objects, It could be in the way that they're doing these acts. It is made to shame and harm them as possible. So you are looking at individuals who are extremely harmed and traumatized. And again, these are youths in their formative years with no real capacity to address what they are going through. Some of the type of harms that you might see if you are probably not, you're looking at the online internet, you're going to see these pictures. This is one I like to share for law enforcement when you are going to make a visit at a house, is to look to see if there's been evidence of writing on the wall in blood. So self-harm is a very complex and multifaceted behavior that intersects with radicalization in very distinct and troubling ways. And we could see that in these spaces, it's very much used as a form of recruitment, but also as a form of control. And what we see on the blood signs are not only the names of the perpetrators who extorted the individual. We'll see the name of the groups, but then you'll have, satanic imagery, hate symbols. They try to make these complex and elaborate, and they use this as a way of promoting. Look at our group. Look at what we were able to do. These are the type of images that they share to gain their notoriety. These are the nicest one I could share. It gets a lot worse, but I'm not going to share that with you all for obvious reasons. But just think, if this is what they're getting kids to draw on the wall, imagine what they get them to do to their bodies. Now, shed culture, as I mentioned before, also when I'm talking about self-harm signs, this is what I mean in terms of things to identify in symbols and logos. Some of them are a lot worse. I tried to keep the cute ones. But this is what you're looking for in terms of a victim. You're looking for imagery and symbols that are not normal. Usually it's going to be hidden under layers of scars. So when you're working more in a clinical, practical, or in a law enforcement sense, you're trying to find these victims. These type of signs are more of a need to say, hey, we need to take a little bit more of a look. Within the Canadian context, usually the responding officer will come if there's a mental health crisis and go, is the person a threat to those around them? No. Are they a threat to themselves? Yes. That's enough for a psychological hold. They bring him to a psychiatric ward for 3 days to 2 weeks. But if you're seeing these type of symbols on these victims, it's important to think maybe there's more. Maybe there's an element of coercion. Maybe there's something that needs to dig more, and taking that extra second to think about what needs to be done. So this is where the self-harm and the eating disorders come. You could see that this provides a cute little pink overlay on some very dark and terrifying things. These are not the subtle ones, but before you'll see these type of pictures, you're going to see a bunch of, here's my new princess cup. Here's the new hair clips. Here's my new cute outfit I got. And then here's the blade that I cut myself with today. So you're interspersing the harmful content within the wider ecosystem. Now, I've spoken a lot about, I'm going to skip the suicide just for time. Now, I've spoken a lot about self-harm, eating disorders, and it's supposed to be about terrorism and violent extremism. So I want to give you an example from Canada about how this could escalate. There was a victim, 14 years old, and she was in a relationship with a 17-year-old from the comm network in the US. Sadistically tortured, abused. It was a very bad situation. This young girl and this young boy had a plan where he was going to travel to Alberta, Canada, and they were going to meet up. They were going to kill her mother, and then they were going to go on a kidnap, rape, and murder spree of young girls in the area until they had a chance for death by cop. That was the plan and desire for someone who was a self-harm, eating disorder victim, and got to the point where she was going to mobilize offline. She was featured in a documentary in Canada called The Fifth Estate, and in it she says, I apologize for the language for my translators, I was such a mindfuck at the time that I would have gone along with him. So to think about the type of trauma and harm that would motivate a 14-year-old to kill her mother, the only parent she had left in her life, because her father wasn't around. That is the level of trauma and abuse that could turn these individuals into perpetrators. Now, as I said, action is membership and content gives you access, but it's not a one-time thing. It is something that you need to continually produce. If you want to stay in the place where your identity is formed, where your peers are located, you need to continue generating content. If you want to go to a different group, you can't reuse your content because you have to put the group's usernames, you have to put the group logo, the group name. So even if you shift tables and shift communities, you are forced to get more content, and it puts you in this continuous cycle. The cycle is, whoops, there we go. Now, the cycle is, part of the process for recruitment. These are some of the ads that they'll put on Telegram, and they'll give you the requirements for what you need to get in. Some of them will be, offline violence or crimes like bricking, graffiti. Some of them will be self-harm. Some of them will be terrorist attacks. Now, what you'll notice is none of these have child sexual exploitation part of the recruitment process on these groups. This is something that they tend to promote less, or they move away from because they know how easy it is to get child sexual exploitation charges. But it doesn't mean that behavior doesn't exist. If you're doing self-harm, it's usually going to be part and parcel of that process. Now, like any good violent extremist organization, they have instructional guides. Everything from how to commit a stabbing, how to do your operational security, stay safe online, how to extort victims. If you want to know how to sextort a teenage girl online, there is a 248-page manual that gives you step-by-step instructions. Teach you how to hack accounts. Teach you how to make poisons. One of the groups, Maniac Murder Cult, were putting bioterrorism as one of the requirements for recruitment. And I remember laughing initially, thinking that kids are not going to make a poison. Well, Mikhail Chisvilsky in New York was arrested. He tried to create ricin and wanted to put it in candies, dress up like Santa Claus, and give it to African American and Jewish boys and girls during the holidays. There's been 5 other individuals who tried to create ricin. Where are they getting the recipe? Jihadi Poisoner's Handbook. They're using existing materials from the other places. The manuals created by Maniac Murder Cult borrow from Rumia 3 and Rumia 9, magazines created by ISIS to show individuals on how to carry out attacks. So we are seeing that they're borrowing also from the existing core material from the terrorist and violent extremist space. Oh, there we go. So 2 more slides and I'm done. This is the context. This is the scale of what we are dealing with in terms of harm, and my data is incomplete. So before I give you the numbers, one, I have 196 cases that I've been reading through globally in 31 different countries. The majority of them are incomplete because these are minors. These are child sexual exploitation cases, so they're redacted. Places like the US have a great system called Pacer. I could download court records and read them. My data is a little bit biased towards the Brazilian context, thanks to Michele and my collaboration with her, learning a lot more about your space. Canada is a lot more difficult. Some of the knowledge I have there comes from being a subject matter expert in court cases, which I can't use in my research. UK cases, it costs you 5 cents per word to print a court document. So you're looking at tens of thousands of dollars just for a single record. All in all, it's just to say that though my data is built on court records, I don't have the exact numbers. But it's scary because I have 5,040 victims in 5 years from 196 people. That's incomplete. The FBI had said that they're looking at over 8,000 suspected suicides that were coerced from this network alone. I only have 14 in my data. I don't know many far-right groups that have 1,000 bodies on the ground in the past 5 years or 10 years. You want to go find a recent terrorist org that has that? We're looking at Al-Qaeda, ISIS, terrorist orgs that have in-theater dimensions to them. So this is, in terms of criminality and violence, a massive group. So we have 14 individuals killed. 1 perpetrator died by smoking heroin on a live stream and overdosing. The 2,776 victims injured, those are young boys and girls that were victimized through child sexual exploitation or sadistic self-harm. 1 perpetrator injured during the arrest process, 28 properties damaged through arson, 1,531 victims swatted. These are individuals, police stations, synagogues, churches, universities. whatever. But just think of the monetary value that is being wasted when you have to have a strong police response. That is a way of control and chaos that I'm talking about. They are wasting police resources. Now think nefariously, you do a swatting on one place and then you go do your attack somewhere else. Where's the police? You are able to manipulate the space to your advantage, which is a terrifying concept. 43 animals injured, that is just underreported, and that's just from the court cases. 646 victims of cybercrime. Victims here are not only people like you and I who might have had our crypto wallets stolen or banking information taken, but I mean, they hacked MGM Grand. The cybersecurity for casinos will put a lot of countries to shame, and these kids were able to get around it. So it speaks to the sophistication that they have. And when there's a threat of, I'm going to hack you and get your information as a form of intimidation and control, that's very powerful. The one thing I do want to highlight, and this is for all of you, when I've been doing these trainings, and I think over the past 2 years, I've done this for about 4,000 people, I keep telling them Brazil is the example of where this threat is going to look like. What Michele has shown me on the ground, what I've seen happening in Brazil, is what I think the future of this is going to look, and it is a huge challenge for you as a community and a country. The level of violence, the level of sadism, the young age, the level of the plots that they are attempting to carry out, but also the widespread violence, not only online, but the intensity and the regularity of school shootings, violence in schools. This is what I see as a concern. Seeing videos of young girls or young boys throwing Molotov cocktails on homeless people and live streaming it. We're not there yet in Canada, but I could see where that's going to go. Road. So for me, is your country went through a difficult process with this threat, but I think it's also a place that is important to collaborate with to get lessons learned, to understand what we could do to start mitigating. And again, mitigation is what I do now. I used to be the guy that goes, hey, that's very bad. We need to deal with this. Now I got to help and try to find some solutions. In Canada, we have 6 prevention centers that we fund. These are the places that people could go and get the support they need to get out of the situation they're in. Now, this is not, if you're not a national socialist and you want to go kill Jews or black people, we're not here to, like, the clinicians that we work with are not there to convince people or change their ideology. Their goal is to move them away from violence. That is the incremental steps that we're doing. If you're a Nazi that doesn't want to kill people, that's a good step back. We could work through the rest. But in terms of tertiary prevention, it's really getting away from violence. And it's also why we're ideologically agnostic in Canada. We don't care far left, far right. If you are willing to commit an act of violence, that's what we need to take you into consideration and help address your grievances and your traumas and your motivations. The reason for that is if we look to our UK counterparts, the Southport attack where a young man stabbed 3 girls at a ballet recital, he was recommended to their prevention program, but he showed no clear ideology. He was one of these individuals with these hybridized threats, these unclear ideologies. They didn't take him in, and he then carried out his attack. So taking a non-ideological approach is the way to move forward with a lot of threats. And it's not only for these ones. Talking to our practitioners on the ground, they're seeing this with young ISIS members where the Quran or Islam are not what really brings them. They're simply interested by violence, and ISIS is the mechanism by which they act. This trend of being fascinated and motivated by violence is really what we are seeing across the board with youth right now. And this is where some of the attention has to go in thinking about the way that we are researching, talking, and defining this threat in our policies, and making sure that we have the systems in place and the safety nets to catch these youths. Because it's not only about now, this will be my last point. These are minors, right? They are not going to get big boy, big girl sentences. There are examples like Bradley Cadenhead, who created 764. Yeah, he got 80 years. On average, they'll be out by the age of 18, maybe 26. What next? You have youths who are severely traumatized, who are probably going to be registered sexual offenders. They might be part of a listed terrorist organization. The UK already listed MKY. And now you have to reintegrate them in society and your community. They went through a juvenile justice system, which just another form of education on the streets for them. So what are we going to deal with as a threat? We have individuals who've already created child pornography, might have already stabbed or beat someone, might have planned a terrorist attack. What is the next? Like, this is the one thing from a threat perspective or even a behavioral perspective. What are we dealing with next? What is the next step and escalation for individuals at a young age who have carried out some of the worst crimes you can commit? And this is the gap that we have now of 3 to 5 years to try to figure out as a global society, how do we take a prevention approach? Because you're not going to securitize your way out of this. The US has 1,700 investigations from this space alone. Canada has several hundred. The UK has several hundred. Our prison systems can't handle this. So what do we do to mitigate this harm and manage it? And that is a question that I don't have an answer for yet, but I think it's something that we need to think about in terms of what are we going to do with this cohort of youths when they become adults. So thank you very much for listening to me, and I will happily answer questions the best I can.
We have got, yeah, it's too strong. It's so much violence. We have a few minutes for Q&A. I suggest that we have a sequence of 2 or 3 questions, and then he answers
Pra gente
so
conseguir
that we have
maximizar.
time to maximize the time, okay? We have the simultaneous translation, so if it doesn't work, I can cover it. Does anybody have a question? Good morning. I would like to ask, I'm sorry, I've missed the beginning of the presentation, but I would like you to talk a little bit about this preference of these groups for young people specifically, and how you explain. I don't know if you got to research a little bit more about the Brazilian context. And for example, why is that here in Brazil we have so many cases compared to Argentina, for example, or closer countries that have social contexts that are quite similar to ours? So that's it.
Yep. All right.
Bom,
So for the first question, in terms of youths and the young age, it comes from the communities that they're recruiting individuals. One of the main places for finding victims is Roblox. That specific game, the average user is 8 to 13. We think of the age dynamics. The youngest victim of the comm network was 8 years old. The youngest perpetrator was 11. So we're seeing that as the main pool where these individuals are coming from. Same thing for the self-harm and eating disorder community. Depending on what social media platform you're going on, you're likely to find a higher rate of teenagers, especially on Instagram, Snapchat. So Part of it is the cultural dynamics where individuals come from initially. Adults are not generally welcome in the comm network. A few are, and those are usually the most sadistic ones. Some of them will become adults as they're in, but the majority of them grew up in this space and became adults while they're in it. It's just the way that the culture functions where, it's for youths and adults will not be coming in. But when you're thinking about the internet subcultures that they come from, the individuals who have this capacity to be online for that long, this is the age group that fits. Thinking of, a kid who's spending 14, 15 hours a day online, though difficult because you have a normal life, but that's usually something a youth will manage. Having an adult spending that much time online makes it more difficult with the requirements of daily life. So it really is based on how that ecosystem evolved, and it is getting younger and younger. Looking at the victims over the years from when it first started, the average perpetrator was 21. So we were seeing that they were older adults. The average victim at that time was 17. In the past 12 months, the perpetrator average is 15 years old, with the average age of victims being 13. So it's even getting younger and younger as time goes by. Part of it also is our digital behaviors and parents of kids not being aware of what their kids are doing online, where they are online, and who they're talking to. And that level of freedom is something that we still need to address as a society. And as a comparison, we're in a place right now where we're regulating the internet the same way we regulated motor vehicles. And we're at the stage where we still haven't regulated seatbelts. So once we have that as a cultural norm, as a way of mitigating and preventing, we'll have more tools in our hands. But at this point, it's still just a free for all. And I've heard from more than one parent of a victim going, my child was right next to me on the couch the day that happened. Or looking at some of the stuff the police showed them. We were boarding a plane to go on vacation to the Dominican Republic that day. The parents are just not aware, and they find out when law enforcement knocks on their door to arrest their child, or their child attempts to kill themselves and they end up in the hospital. So part of it is kind of goes into your second question too, is there is a very important need to educate parents, teachers, but also peers of these kids about the threat and what to do. These are the individuals that are going to have the most initial contact with them and try to stop it from the get-go. So in terms of those spaces, this is where there is more of a need to, I think, provide a social safety net and educate those that are around them, taking a whole of society approach. For the justice system, not familiar enough with the Brazilian one, but in the Canadian context, there's a couple of things that could change. I mean, we don't have a sextortion law in Canada. So we have to apply extortion only. The US has a sextortion law, I think. So it's trying to think like, are there gaps in the legislations that we have that could address these that don't necessarily have to fit with the juvenile justice system? I think for the kids, what we really need in terms of just not more laws, it's taking a juvenile justice system that will provide them with alternative forms of education rather than the one they're going to get from the others on the street, giving them the type of psychosocial support that they need to get through their, charges and their time in jail, but come out a better person and reintegrate to society. Because without those, we're going to have a bunch of desensitized sexual sadists that might go on to join more extreme groups or just go out and carry out attacks on their own. Basically, if it's just a securitization approach that we're taking, we're putting a Band-Aid on an open wound and waiting for another day to deal with it. And I don't think that's the approach, but also that's not the sexy answer because that involves time, that involves money and investments. Like when we're talking about the prevention programs, we do what's called wraparound support. So for one youth, it'll take 2 to 4 psychosocial social workers, clinicians, teachers, resource officers to address one individual. And if it took them 4 months to radicalize and mobilize, which actually was one of the cases I've spoken with one of the parents recently, that's a very small window to intervene, but then it'll take years to undo that. So it takes more effort to get someone out of this than it does to get them in it. So there are levels there in terms of the Brazilian context. If there are gaps in terms of the justice system, it would be to see, are the crimes that they're committing right now online, covered by your existing legislation? And if not, do those need to be addressed, or are there other ways to cover it? But also, I'm not a lawyer. That's my wife.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your presentation. The brilliant and complex thought. And I would have two questions. You mentioned recovering work with social education of these young people. And is there specifically a program of this radicalization of these youth as they are, for example, in hospital or in a treatment? And the second question is, if we notice that is a difficulty of institutional response from the Ministry of Education and the public power to address these questions as discussion in schools. Many times, the materials that are used for discussing the internet, teenagers laugh at because they are outdated. We see fewer research that talk about subcommunities, for example. This is unknown by teachers and educators. So the second question goes in this direction. By thinking on the size of this challenge, these issues are being worked in this approach in schools. As a researcher, my question is, we should have an effect that those who are not involved or that don't know could be interested, and you have a reverse effect than the one we expected. Good morning. My question goes on what you've presented. They have a well-structured organizations, well-architected to support these violent youth and instrumentalize them. So institutionally, they have a set of tools to have their belonging, and they are formed and educated so that they are better violenters or perpetrators. So how can us as society act organizedly, structuredly to bring and take those young children to this belonging feeling out of these groups? Where are we failing? How could we act and intervene in this social layer that falls into these groups due to absence of the state, of the families, and the society as a whole? Good morning, all. Oh, amazing presentation, Mark. Regarding interaction of your experience in Canada with the companies that are the providers of these channels to access, what do you say? What do you have of interesting to share? Because it's evident that without the participation of these companies acting in the prevention and prohibition, you're gonna be like in Brazil, what we call drying ice.
You're all asking good questions. I like this. So for the first question, where was it? Oh, there. Okay. In terms of the programs, there's two ways you could do it. In the Canadian context, we have our specialized programs, like the ones I showed on the screen. We also have, above that, what's called the Canadian Practitioners Network. This was founded by Haida Hassan out of the University of Quebec and Montreal. And the idea is that there we go. The practitioners in these community will actually go and train new social workers, clinicians, local support staff who are willing to engage with high-risk clients. The challenge they face is not the skills of a social worker or a psychologist. but it's actually demystifying what it means to work with a terrorist or violent extremist or someone mobilizing to violence. The needs that have to be addressed are very similar to other individuals in crisis. It could be a toxic home situation, absence of a parent, loneliness, lack of peer support, drug abuse, unaddressed psychological harm, or unaddressed psychological disorders. So there's a lot of stuff that we already have in place. Canada has in place that we could use already. So the point is trying to educate those that exist within our network to take up some of the task to address those that are labeled as terrorist and violent extremists, but are not necessarily high risk. So thinking of, well, the other one too is this is part of the work I'm doing with the Eradicate Hate Summit, which can be used in the Brazilian context. But the idea of what we're doing through this summit is we're developing training material for different sectors that have a role to play in this. So it's going to be your veterinarians, like you have a family bringing their pet with, oh, they've got hit by a car, but they have puncture wounds or the damages don't look like something you get from a car. What does a veterinarian do? Who do they contact to raise that red flag? Emergency personnel and ambulance drivers identifying signs of self-harm. Okay, we have something that's not normal. Who do we put them into touch with? How do we bring them the right support? Part of it is trying to improve the awareness of the existing medical and social systems to be able to address this. That's part of the work that we do, because that goes into your second questions about teens laughing at outdated material. I was that teen, and I'm the adult now laughing at what we're sending to teens at school because still a big internet nerd. Part of it is we are trying to develop educational resources that are tailored to the audiences. The problem is very few people who are creating these products, adults in the field, are aware of the ecosystems and the spaces and the fandoms and the popular culture these kids are involved in. So you'll look at their conversations and you'll think it's Chinese and means nothing to you. And you're not going to see the threats, you're not going to see the risks, you're not going to see the harms, and you're going to try to connect it to your own experiences with the internet. This is one of the challenges in terms of also parents and teachers is our experiences with the internet as the inception of the web in the .com boom or Web 2.0 is vastly different than what these kids are seeing now. So our experiences do not translate. So part of it is bringing in youths, young early career researchers who understand these spaces to co-develop these products, but then also when you're developing this type of knowledge project, do testing. We're working with an org in Canada called Digital Public Square, and they're doing small sample tests on the populations that we want to target with these educational products to see if they're going to resonate. Because again, if we show something to a kid, it means nothing to them, what's the point? But it's not only in the way that we present it to the right audience for youths and their popular culture references. I have a colleague in New Zealand who's going to actually help translate the educational pieces we're doing for a disabled audience. So these are people with physical and mental disabilities. Individuals with Down syndrome were particularly targeted a year ago by the COM network. How do we translate these warning and educational materials for that type of audience? There's those who are neurodiverse that are active in this place. How do you take a neurodiverse approach to informing these individuals who are not going to respond to the same type of information as neurotypical people do? There's also taking a trauma-informed approach if you are dealing with things like self-harm, eating disorders, when we're talking about harm and trauma to individuals as a way of educating. How do we have a trauma-informed approach to get the information out without re-victimizing or harming them, which kind of falls to your last question about, putting the information out there and seeing if people are going to dig into it. I have the controversial opinion on some of this, even though this is extreme and very difficult content. I haven't seen any research that would confirm to me that more people will join a group by raising awareness about it. Again, in looking at taboo stuff, you're not going to stop a kid from looking at terrible things on the internet. You can equip them to address it and deal with it. But I think knowledge is power in this space. And for every possible kid that might want to go Google and look into this, you might have one of their friends who will realize the self-harm scars that they have on their body and what it means. Or if there's leakage, this concept of those who are planning to commit attacks are going to release information to those around them as a warning sign, as like a, try to stop me or last cry for help. It's going to come to those around them. The benefit of information is more important, because one thing I've heard from every single parent is, I can't find anything on this. I don't know what to do. And what they do look for is, how do I deprogram my child? How do I, combat brainwashing? How do I get them out of a cult? That is not what you need to address. What we really need to address is grievance, trauma, and harm, and giving them an avenue that they feel safe in, finding help and going through that process without fear of retribution. So I'm one that is more willing to share the information and put it out there as long as it's developed in a proper way. But in terms of the education stuff, it needs to be developed by experts in the field, but in collaboration with the target audience. If you have youths who are willing and wanting to work in the space, bring them in. They speak the language, they know the stuff. Your expertise as practitioners and experts and researchers, that's to guide them. But they have the content, and you just need to frame it that way. I think that answers all your questions. Yeah, I don't think I've forgotten you. Now, in terms of how we're failing as a society, a lot of that falls into the same category. Cynthia Miller-Idris, who wrote a fantastic book now that's come up, I think it's called Man Up, just released it. When I was speaking with her last week, she said that right now we have an epidemic of loneliness with our youths. Part of that is coming out of the pandemic in the way that we shifted our peer dynamics, right? Everything we do is online. There's not as much face-to-face interactions. We don't go see our friends. So that loneliness element, that solitude, is something that needs to be addressed. It involves bringing more social programs, giving them options and activities that they could join. Some of the things that we have, and it's not just, we need more sports. One of the orgs that we work with in Canada is called Next Gen Men, and they have a Discord server for young men and young boys with clinicians and moderators that are trained to, and it's a safe space for these boys to talk about sensitive, complex issues, their opinions that they might be targeted for. So thinking about topics from the manosphere, their perception on women and race, gender. Even if it's toxic or incorrect, this is a space that they could come and talk about it, and as a community navigate, and have the social workers and clinicians in there talk with them and address it. Creating environments that are tailored to this generation. Maybe you don't need another youth center. You do in this part of the world. Maybe you need more internet support for them. Trying to figure out what you need to address. How do you address some of the challenges in terms of support for psychological and mental health issues? In the Canadian context, if you are neurodiverse and you want to get a diagnostic for ADHD or autism, 2-3 year wait. Same thing for some of the mental health issues. How do we basically provide a support system to strengthen protective factors and try to reduce the risk factor? And we talk a lot about risk factors, but we don't talk a lot about strengthening the protective factors. Families, friends, support. Some of them, it's, I need to be in a home with food and housing. Those are some basic needs that could be addressed that, yes, if you don't have those, will put you at risk. Honestly, I think part of it too is we are failing to address cyber addiction. And that's because we don't have enough people trained in it. There's not enough research on it. And I think this is something that we're going to look back in 10 years and go, we fucked up. Because we don't know what the impact of the pandemic has been on the cognitive, behavioral, neurological development of youth. I don't think it's going to be a good one from what we're seeing. How do we address cyber addiction? How do we address our need to always go to our phones? And that's not just for the youths, but it's also for the parents and the other ones. How do we look at that? And that's something that is very much unaddressed in our society. You mentioned the platforms as the next question. That's another one, is how do we treat and address the platforms? How do we bring in the legislation or whatever needed to bring them to the table? Some of the companies, in terms of this threat, will pay attention a bit more because it has child sexual exploitation dimension of it. Because they're American companies, under Section 230 of the US law, they have to report and address this. If they don't, I think we could look at Roblox and Discord in the US right now in terms of the lawsuits they're facing. I think Roblox alone has like 42, 43 lawsuits ongoing. That type of media attention, that PR, the financial costs, that's the type of stuff that could force the hands of the platform. In terms of what they're doing, I'm not sure if it's going to be beneficial. I don't think they really have a solution to address the threat. I know this morning Discord had announced they have this new family center that they created for parents to be able to moderate what their teens are doing online. And I looked at what they have and I'm like, well, if I'm an extorter on the comm network, I'm going to get the victim I'm doing to give me their QR code. I'm going to scan it into the family center. I'll be their parent. And now I get to see their private messages, who they're friends with, who they accept, what they can and cannot talk to. So even when you are developing safety measures, are they really safe? Are they doing the job, or are they providing another vector for harm? Now, someone like me always looks at the harm and tries to see how we could break a system. But it's not only Discord, not only Roblox, platforms like Telegram, who are less likely to play ball. There's also the sites that these kids will spin up. Things like, and if some of you have heard about this, I'll be impressed. We could talk later because I know you're in the wrong places online. But things like Skibbity Farm, Bella's Farm, looking at these sites that look like 4chan and 8chan, but these kids are building themselves because they were the ones that were kicked off of these other sites. So it's also moderated spaces that they don't control. It's websites like Doxbin that used to be a darknet site, but is now available on the ClearNet, where you could find everyone's personal information. So in terms of addressing the harms, yes, we have the big platforms, but there's a whole plethora of smaller platforms that are unaddressed. We also are not addressing things like decentralized web and Web3. A lot of the new infrastructure they're building is in the Fediverse. The blockchain and encryption, that changes a whole way that we need to do content moderation and limitation. And both the platforms are not coming at the table to play ball all the time. And the government's legislations right now are addressing Web 2.0, but are not up to speed in terms of Web 3.0. And that's a gap that needs to be addressed. So I think part of it is finding the levers to bring the platforms to the table, because we are not going to address this without their collaboration and support. But we're also trying to do this in a time when they are cutting all of the trust and safety teams. They're replacing them with artificial intelligence as a way of detecting threats. And the problem with these communities is if you have a database of child porn, you could maybe look for that same child porn. But a lot of this is self-generated. The first time these victims are online, identifying that's a challenge. Training an AI on Gen Alpha language, it's a fun experiment to do, not efficient. So again, when you're removing the human sources within these spaces to do the evaluation, you're making your systems more vulnerable. So at this point, I don't think we've reached the crisis that will bring the tech companies to the table. And we're looking to places like the EU and the UK with Ofcom and the DSA to see what they could do to pressure these platforms to start taking this threat seriously. So I think part of it is what we need to do as a society too is government is a slow machine. Passing laws are very slow. But man, is the internet and the news fast. Finding the right PR cycles to go and put pressure on them about the harms. Highlighting the voices of victims and what they've gone through. You read through the court cases against Roblox and Discord. That's the type of stuff that needs to be put on a light. It's less about the perpetrators. Highlight the victims. Highlight the harms that have happened to them and their families and the cost that it has to society because they have free reign on these platforms. So that is part of it. The other one for the platforms is I will give them a little grace. This is a lot of stuff to deal with. And I mean, I know Discord at one point was taking down thousands of channels on a regular basis. I mean, I've lost 43 Discord accounts this year alone doing the research in this space. They are taking them down. The problem is as fast as they go down, 6 more pop up. So again, it's the methods that are not addressing the harms and the approach.
Now we are going to have a break, a very fast break. We'll have a 5-minute break. We are trying to be strict on time because Senator has an event at the end, so we need to follow our schedule, okay? Thank you so much. Alô?
Bem, bom dia.
Let's continue our event. Our panel, we had the opening conference with Mark Andre. Now we have academic researchers who are dedicated to investigate and discuss such topics. There are three people in this panel. On my right, Ricardo Cabral Penteado, a PhD in linguistics by the University of São Paulo. He's a professor at University of Zona Leste, and he's researcher on online extremism. On my side, I have Professor Thelma Vinho. She's a professor at the Education University at Unicamp. And on my left, I have Michele Prado, independent researcher in radicalization, extremism, and online terrorism. And now she's going to the other side of the bar, collaborating with the public ministry. The program was a bit random, and I'll hand it over to Ricardo for the starting considerations. Let's try to have 15 minutes of speech with a bit of tolerance so that we can have a conversation with everyone.
Bom dia, pessoal. Tudo
Good
bem?
morning,
Só
everyone.
segundo para eu colocar aqui a minha
Just a
apresentação.
second, let me place my presentation on screen.
Bom,
É.
perfeito.
Perfect.
Primeiramente, eu
First
gostaria
of
de
all, I would like
agradecer.
to thank
Vou pedir licença para
I'm
vocês
gonna
para falar daqui, tá?
speak
Gostaria de
from
agradecer muito
here.
a Cátedra Oscar Sala
I
pela
would
organização
like
desse
to
importante
thank
evento e os
the
demais
chair,
parceiros,
Oscar
Stop
Sala's
Hate
chair,
Brasil,
and all the
e,
partners
é claro,
in Brazil,
grande colega, grande amiga,
and our big friend,
Michele Prato.
Michele
Bom,
Prato.
hoje eu vou tentar
Today,
ser bem breve e bem
I'm gonna
objetivo
try to be
e
brief
dividir
and
aqui a minha
objective and
fala
divide
em 3
my
partes.
speech into 3 parts.
Ficou
My lecture.
muito claro, né, do que a
It's
gente
clear
está tratando, nossos
what we're
problemas,
talking about.
que com a brilhantíssima fala do
With
Mark.
the brilliant
E hoje eu vou
lecture
dividir a
from
minha fala em
Mark.
3 partes,
Today I'm
com o
gonna
objetivo central de
split
chegar no projeto
my
que eu venho desenvolvendo no meu
lecture
doutorado,
into
que se
3
chama
parts,
Brazilian
on the
Extremist Content
theme
Hashing Observatory, que é o BIRAICO,
that I've been
ou para os
studying
mais
in my
chegados, o brechó.
PhD
Tá?
is what I call brechó.
Enfim,
Is the Brazilian
Um
Extremist
framework
Content
linguístico
Hashing
computacional para a detecção de
Observatory.
extremismo violento em português brasileiro. Tá? E para chegar nele,
To
eu quero
get there,
discutir ou mostrar
I
2
would like to
fenômenos
discuss
que a
2
gente
phenomena
identificou,
that
né, durante
we've
esse processo de
identified
pesquisa
throughout this
nos
research
últimos anos
process
e
over
que
the
dizem
years,
muito respeito
and that
ao que o Mark brilhantemente nos
connect
colocou
to what
anteriormente.
Mark has
Então, o que eu
posed.
vou mostrar é uma
What I'm gonna show is a
representação de tudo que ele
representation of
mostrou,
everything
mas em
he has
terras
shown,
brasileiras.
but in Brazilian
Então,
lands.
iniciando, como a gente pôde perceber,
As we've
né, há uma
noticed,
convergência
there's a
entre
convergence
essas ideologias
between
extremistas
those
dentro desse ambiente
extremist
digital para o mundo real.
ideologies
Ou
in the
seja,
digital world
há
to
um
the
impacto
real.
off,
There is
né?
an offline impact.
Com certeza as minhas colegas de mesa vão
Certainly,
retratar
my
isso mais
colleagues in the panel
aprofundadamente,
will report
mas
this as
o
well.
que a gente vê é justamente essa
What we
fundamentação
see is
ideológica
that this
dentro de ecossistemas digitais, através de
ideological
subculturas de ódio,
base comes from the hate discourse that connects to offline hate. School attacks, insurrections. We had a bomb attack to the concert of Lady Gaga that was stopped by the police, that had been planned online. I start by talking about the first phenomenon, which are the radicalization groups online that over the last years have migrated from the depths of the dark web in the anonymous forums, 4chan, or in Brazil, 55chan, to the surface in environments such as Discord and Telegram, and over open networks. For example, TikTok, how it has been representing a door to these sub-communities, such as others as Roblox. This conversation has taken off a conversation from TikTok. The daddy, don't leak my stuff. I promise to be a good girl. And then user 2 says, are you going to open for me? And the other user said, yes, daddy, I said. And he said, I hope you cut yourselves for me. Okay? So that was a conversation we got in the social media. And then I created a new account on TikTok, and I've been monitoring how the algorithm is delivering to me and the type of content that is there. And as it has been shown before, everything repeats here. Sexual abuse, child abuse, self-mutilation, self-harming, sexual collective aggression. These micro-communities, closed micro-communities, as it was put, refer to this process of the belonging idea that evolves to coercion, to the normalization of violence, and some platforms, game platforms, are doors to this. This is an example you have this type of discourse. You don't have to read out loud, but it's about cannibalism, organ traffic, assassination, bullying, defamation, collateral damage, genocide. You see these symbols, this mask, this skull mask is very common in these environments, mostly in school attacks. And the research refers to something I would like to highlight over the first and second part. The difficulty we have to have transparency to the data and access to the data. This was a manual collection. I got about 3,000 comments, and 414 out of those posts were invitations to communities or channels of discourse. So we would like to show that TikTok isn't a door to go into other communities. So the name of this community, people send links to them. Something interesting that you can notice. Coordinated activities, channels and servers that are being are rising back that had been blocked before. So different accounts send the same invitations. There's this constant request of links and deliver links and interactions over this phenomenon. Here, one of the doors to this world, you have TikTok. Then here I show a little bit of this research regarding the language that is used and how this adaptation to the language, to the Brazilian Portuguese. For example, Mark said, chili pizza, something. In Brazil, they say CEPE, C-E-P-E. That refers to child pornography. So you have the terms, a glossary that is part of my research. So some terms here to discuss. My HD is full of CP. So it shows the practices that are developed by this group. There is music on Spotify and YouTube. Some artists, let's say, that romanticize this phenomenon, unfortunately. For example, to farm girls, little girls, is like to reach, to catch them, to fish them, or they call them mommy or daddy, the harasser, and that gets pedophilian connotation. So, for example, on TikTok, you have Roblox videos where there's a person that is saying, daddy is blocking, daddy is doing this. And it's showing the pathways. You have I've farmed, I've explained, I've kitted. So it's like there's a slang, there is a relationship. These girls that are underaged, they share pornographic content to this man and they threaten to leak those data, and then they start in this process. And by thinking of what Marx said about self-harm, in Brazil, we have this expression that is the plate of discord. It's like a proof of your loyalty. You would write the name of your daddy or mommy with a blade on your body, among other practices. So your harasser would have their name written in blood on your skin. Another pathway of research. If at the first moment we were talking about child audience. Now we are talking about adults. I would like to highlight that this project that is Sounds of Hate, it was idealized by the Stop Hate Brazil, which is an organization that has been working hard on discussing these issues in Brazil. And there's Michele Prata as a leader. And this work was, once again, hard work, made by hand, to collect data on Excel and joining information and think about it by days and years and all night long to think of all that. You may be wondering, what is this? What would be that? These are covers of CDs or long plays that treat all this Nazi symbology. This is clear. So the radicalization has happened, and this keeps going because music, in this case, is disguised as black metal. Gender, for example, the National Socialist black metal style, they are associated to actually Nazi. And they copy the style from other areas of extreme right. So young adults are listening to those and watching those symbols every day. I'm gonna find another band, I'm gonna buy the t-shirt. That makes the process, the radicalization process, even wider or widespread. So this subgender of black metal, as they call, is neo-Nazi of white supremacy and fascist. In this research, we've identified more than 100 bands, 125 bands so far, who are active in Brazil, that with their effort, we had efforts from the police force, and they have dismantled in various states these groups. This research had repercussion in very important TV shows in Brazil. So we had techniques of processing for natural language. It's a technique that we use, metadata and network analysis. And then we focus on these scenarios in Brazil and transnationally. We've identified, you have in this graph, you have a peak of split albums, which are some CDs that had joint launch. One band here, a neo-Nazi band here with another neo-Nazi band in the United States. They had coordinated launch. On the covers of the albums, it's clear, and the lyrics are highlighted as an 8-8, which is H8, like Heil Hitler. That's what it stands for. The 8 is H8. And you have more than 55 countries connected in this, 35 countries connected in this research. One data is that one member was part of 20 bands. That means they are smaller groups, smaller recorders with this attitude seek to be even bigger than they actually are. I would like to highlight here that they use social media and make money out of that. These networks have underground bands, international bands. And then, in order to follow to my project specifically, I would like to highlight this perpetrator that Mark has mentioned, who's Solomon Henderson. We see in this image, he is dressed as of a band called Urzu, which is a National Socialist black metal band. So these actions are all connected. And then you have Guilherme Tauch, who's the perpetrator. So he mentions Brazilians, he mentions manifestos in Brazilian Portuguese, what shows to my research the need of discussing and producing tools to identify those discourses, build tools of an analysis of discourse into Brazilian Portuguese. So I've been developing the BR-ECO, the Brazilian action towards this. Beyond its incomplete structure, or by thinking of its complete structure, it was based on AI models and machine learning that aims at automatically identifying hate discourse in two ways. First way, 0-1, extremist and non-extremist was a binary classification. I've trained models with a huge load of extremist content based on our collections and international repositories with the content in Portuguese. And then, after it's trained, the specialists, the experts, professionals in public policies, among them is government, you have the raw data, and there's an automatic analysis by saying that if they are or not, and then you have a classification, a multi-label classification that shows this pathway of radicalization. That's the top challenge of my research, which is identify automatically content that is non-extremist, but content that is related to the glorification of violence and incitation to extremism, the institutional material, and also the threat. There are two automatic classifications. On the pipeline for the final user, it can also call the language model, as we know, ChatGPT or Gemini, to explain better what is in that context. It's important, this human eye on that, because the AIs are going to be one step behind. The adaptability of it is very quick. So at the end, we have the hash generation as a fingerprint, something like a manifesto in Brazilian Portuguese. The manifesto would be like a fingerprint that could be shared by police force or big tech platforms and all. So these are the tests. I'm not going to go in deep, but we have binary models and we have good results on them. This is a small demo on how it operates. So we have a glossary, specific glossary with more than 1,000 expressions in Brazilian Portuguese, such as those ones I've shown you. You have a step-by-step on the hashes, towards the hashes. Then BR-ECO connects the digital governance and the computational linguists, analyzing language and insights to actions to moderate content and formulate policies. So it shall be used by government, NGOs, and all the organizations that are engaged in discussing the scenario. You have limitations, of course. These models have not been taught necessarily to analyze and identify discourses, mostly specific discourses. So this is an engineering of prompts and data so that we can mold the language. It's very important to have a cycle of those data. As we have new data, they can be reclassified and rethought, reallocated, retrained, and so on and so forth, so that we can reach more and more an updated tool that means to us. The question that we are going to discuss today, and we are coming to discuss here, is how to face the extremism, violent extremism online. We're going to see that it's a multi-sectorial challenge and relies on many sectors and areas, and it relies on the big techs and the parliaments and the governments. So these tools that I present are advancing on this direction as we update the language. I've been focusing on the verbal language, but we would like to go to visual and multimedia or multimodal languages. In Brazil, in the Global South, we should strengthen our response, and then we should rely on the linguistic context.
Obrigado.
Thank you so much, Ricardo. Now I'll hand it over to our next panelist.
Bom dia.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to salute everyone present. Thank you so much for having me today to discuss research we have been conducting at Unicamp. This is a highly skilled audience, and this opportunity has been great to enhance the dialogue of this challenging topic. Thank you, Pablo. I'd like to say that I'm going to skip some slides that were already discussed, and I'm going to talk about education psychology. The research I'm going to present, they come from a collective work at GPEN, which I'm presenting now, but this is a collective work coalition. So there are people who I admire and I follow. It's very important to see this dialogue proposed by Paulo. We have been focused on the school, the youth, teenagers, and we started studying the attacks because we have been working with living for over 20 years. And when we are called to work at the schools, and we are helping rebuilding things. And we needed to understand why teenagers would go back to school and not to a supermarket where they would hate to more people. I'm going to start about school attacks, and this is only show the tip of an iceberg, as you told before me. We mapped the school attacks. I'm going to present some data. And the mapping depends on the concept being used. We are considering an attack if it are made for students or former students, when these attacks are intentionally made at the school. And they weren't, they were hate crime or revenge or resentment, and the planning is done. They use weapons and they intend to cause death to one or more people. This is our concept. We had our first attack in 2001 in Macaúbas. From them until today, we had 46 attacks under the concept we are using in our research. 68% happened between 22 and 25, and this called our attention. So 31 attacks happened right after the pandemics when children are back to school. But there were a decrease in the attack number. We had a peak in 23, and up to September this year, we had 4 attacks. As we followed the process from day one, and there's a whole process of discussion in security forums, and it was very clear. Brazil has learned to deal with attacks in monitoring, articulating security forces. We're still failing in preventing this young people radicalization, but we have been learning the lessons. And there are hundreds of requests. We followed more than 25 attacks that were dismantled before they occurred. There were 46 attacks. From these, 37 were active attacks where they wished to kill the most number of people. So these are quotes from the youth people, the young people. I suffered with the hands of these people that excluded me. Fuck up the one who are going to be killed. I do not care. So these are examples of active attacks. 125 victims. From them, 100 were fatal victims. In São Paulo state is the one who had the most number of attacks, and it is followed by Bahia and Rio de Janeiro. Now, talking about a more psychological perspective, I'd like to mention them. As some of them worked in pairs, we had 50 students involved. We thought most of them were former students, but no. 18 were former students and 32 were still students when they committed the attacks. From them, from these 50, there are some common characteristics. First of all, the most part of them, 80%, were underage when they committed the attack. And this is fundamental to build public policies because it shows vulnerability and fragility of adolescent years. So they get involved with extreme violence more. So we need to take care of our teenagers, and then we will have a reduction of these crimes. In Brazil, the majority are boys. Only one girl attacked. So masculinity is very evident. They were mostly white, good children, good students. Only 2 had previous passages with the police. And they had a lack of perspective, lack of goals. So school is a stage of suffering for every actor, with no exception. But professionals didn't know it. One of the characteristics of teenage years is that they do not ask for help to adults when they have problems, because if adults are involved, the thing is worsened. So children ask for help, teenagers do not. Attacks at schools cannot be explained by only one factor. We know it's interaction between many factors. And the most number of factors, the higher the risk. I'm not going to read all of them. We can share this material with you later. But there are some characteristics that call our attention. Is the review of more than 600 work. They have some features. They're a big suffering. They are anguished. This is very strong. And they also have a restricted social interaction, and many of them have a rejection in loving relationships. I told you about school. Bullying is present, but bullying itself is not a cause. It's only an associated strong factor. They have a taste by violence. They have a code to weapons. And this is associated to emotional distress, and they have oppression, misogyny, homophobia. They are very strong. And they have a justice feeling. As life, they were indebted by life. There's also vulnerability that I told you before, the youth vulnerability. I'm not going to talk to you about this, but there are other factors that cause it. There's a contextual factor, which is the expressive increase of this children interaction to violent, harmful content, and also hatred discourses. At first, this was only present in the dark web. Now it's on the internet surface. And this surface, we talk about the pages, TikTok, Instagram, and also servers and communities. For example, Discord servers, you need an invite, a link to join. The business model of the platforms brings this hatred discourse being strongly alimented, being strongly fed in these platforms. We have misogyny, this scientificism, and the skull where the white and the black people have different skulls, obese children. This is a very common discourse on the internet. They have access to it. Comparing data from SaferNet from 22 to 24, everything is increased. Cyber stalking, pornography, all of this is increased. And this is a continuous increase. When we analyze the attack authors, from 2012 on, they are interacting to online content more. These communities, they have a mechanism that is psychological. When these young people join these groups, they say, adults do not hear us. And this hearing, this listening is important. Once my daughter told me this, she was 12. Do you know Elvis is alive? I bet you heard this nonsense on TikTok. She was so troubled by that. And I am a scholar. I couldn't have said that. She told me, you don't know anything. See, for us, this is an absurd. But they listen to me, but they laugh about what I say. Afterwards, I was looking for it, and I told her, you may be right. Which are the arguments that are the base of this hypothesis? But my first reaction was a rejection. I laughed about it. And this is what they tell us. They tell in these groups, after joining it, they listen, they are welcomed. If you know your child is self-harming themselves, you will worry and you will take care of them. There they will say, wow, how did you do it? They say, if you say every woman lies on rape, they will say that's right. They're removing your blindfold. So they welcome them, but they foster resentment because young people will have love failures. And when they get there, they are not the problem. Women are the problem. So these generate welcoming. And these sub-communities, as people told it, these environments, they have sub-communities. So here we have these open subgroups. If you go to Twitter now and you use the hashtags, you will find this. You mentioned this before. We see theft, suicide, eating disorders, and every symbols. Not only words, but the Hello Kitty. We know the kind of community has this Hello Kitty symbol. Here they teach how you are going to vomit, how you are going to self-harm. What's the first blade used for that, for the self-harm? There are 40,000 views. When I was following, there were 372 comments. They would comment how they do it. Twitter, Alexandre de Moraes, our Supreme Court minister, blocked Twitter. So they migrated to Blue Sky. Anna, that you can see here, is anorexia. I would like to show you how this belonging works. Here they say the doctor told me they are cutting themselves, and I covered the image to respect the legislation. And there are many points with a dark line. It looks like a spider. So they comment, I envy this leg. It looks like a baby. This leg, no, this arm. It looks like baby spiders. Which blade have you used? So they bond very nicely. And this is an encouragement. When Twitter was down, looks the comment, thank you for improving my life. Many people likes me. They want to see me well. They care for me. This is important. I didn't feel alone anymore. Now I'm going back to obscurity. So they have difficulty in bonding, but they have another place to bond. So this in-person bond, this is hard working to do it. So they do not have skills developed for that. So they have juvenile culture through games. The problem is not the violent game, but the interactions from these games. And many times they go to other sub-communities. And memes. They are fundamental because memes are a transgression. The violent meme is a port of entry for these communities. And then I would like to show you Luz that was told before by my friends. Luz is stronger, more and more. And what's Luz? It's collective humor when suffering, embarrassment, humiliation, animal torture. This is collective fun. But laws create an internal cohesion in these communities. They split the ones who belong and the ones who don't. And they generate collective entertainment. Is where that the community is distinctive. To belong, you need to do the laws. So we have teenagers that see violence. They enjoy causing the other person suffering as something to have fun. Every day we have a business called Luz, which is torturing animals. There are some examples here. Who would like to see the person's Luz? Isn't she the one who cut her breasts in the 696 community? Let's call a girl here to cut herself for us. And they also have a big commercialization of these events. So many times they pay to have people cutting themselves. They cut 50 Brazilian reais to find people who would cut themselves, to people who would expose their intimate parts. And also, the person who would refer another person would have money as well. And why do they do it? When we talk about challenges, if you remember your teenage years, 5 minutes, okay? Going through a challenge, what happens? First of all, we do it by social pressure. I doubt you do it, and then we do it. And when I do it, I feel I belong. See how I'm important. They have acknowledgement and they are valued. The more dangerous, the more highlighted they will be. So for a teenager, the good image, if this image will cause pain, is basic. And when people dare them, they will feel they belong. And they will have a plaque. When they would self-harm with the person's name, this is a plaque. This person is from a neighborhood in the east side of São Paulo. They say the light is down. As they do not have electricity, they are challenged to self-mutilate, self-harm themselves. So there is a hierarchy. There are position, status, and servers. So if you do your complete laws, you will have a higher position in the community. So this can be challenging. Girls, they are the main victims. And this happens through web dating, affective relationship. And girls have been working as aggressors, but with a small part, in a small number than girls. So when you produce laws, you have proof. You are manipulated, you go through blackmail, and you are threatened. And then you'll be forced to do things you do not want to do. These are examples of a boy asking a girl, go to the bathroom, you are going to send some images. And there's the explain. I'm going to explain their breasts. They are going to show it. All of these have serious consequences for society, not only for the young beings. Dehumanization, desensitization, an increase of intrafamiliar violence, especially with grandmas and mothers. Violence is a form of acknowledgement, and also there's an increase of adolescent and terrorist actions. But we started realizing at schools an increase of fights with white weapons. We didn't have this. Now, from September 24 until September 25, there were 43 fights with knives at schools. And this year we had 39. So data shows mental sickness from the young people. And to wrap up, I will tell you, in our research, the last report, we saw that we could detect, the security organs could detect and dismantle attacks more, and we could protect our young people from conditions that would expose violence, radicalization in the digital environment. We cannot support consistently schools in building environment that would generate belonging or listening. We defend the school as the care community, the collective care environment. Violence is more and more conceived as making fun. And we have been spotting a displacement of these acts for public spaces with online streaming, what that happened with the beggar and to Lady Gaga and extremist violence. I will wrap up saying that more than immediate answers, we need to consider this violence ecosystem and the mechanisms that reproduce it. And we need to try to transform the values that support this culture. So I'm closing here on the debate. I will do more. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We don't hear without the microphone, sorry. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Michele Prado. I come from the Center of Rio Grande do Sul against violence. There is no such center anywhere in the world. It was an initiative of Mr. Fabio Pereira that is sitting there. I'm really glad that some people are here, and special thanks to Mark for having accepted our invitation, Ricardo, Thelma, and all the others that are here. I'm going to talk about our flagship project is about prevention on the fight against violent crimes. But throughout these 15 minutes, we're getting back to the link to everything that Mark has exposed and my colleagues have exposed here so that you can understand the emerging threats that we are facing, what lacks, so that we can fill the gaps that we still have in Brazil. We have improved since I started studying. We've had advancements. The creation of this center was an advancement, but there's much to be done. There's much academic research. There is much work based on evidence with an agnostic drive, no matter if it's extreme right or left, but we have to mitigate the damage. This is a scenario that we see and it's unstoppable. The name of the project is Sinais. I'm a little lost here, sorry. I'm trying to go backwards and I'm going forward. Mateus was a 13-year-old from Rio Grande do Sul. During a Sunday morning, on Sunday, his parents went to church. When they got back, Mateus had suicided. The WhatsApp conversation was still ongoing, and he was a victim of a sex extortion. Just a few hours, so that moment started to be targeted of sextortion and psychological manipulation until he killed herself. I've been with his parents in Rio Grande do Sul. We had a lecture together. Today they have a project called From the Grief to the Fight, and showing how the society participates on all that work we do on prevention. And I would like to offer this lecture to Nicole's parents that are here. This girl was a victim that has been murdered here in São Paulo. She was cut into parts. She was a 14-year-old, a girl of 14 years old, and a boy of 17, and she was 15. Both were in the network called COM. The girl was also inserted in a subculture that is connected to this network. And then you see a report that was being done to aid the public service institutions, intelligence and law enforcement, so that they could understand what the nihilist violent movement and what is this 764 group. Is one of the groups of this network. This movement was created by a 15-year-old boy in the United States, and the number 764 is the zip code of his neighborhood. It is a Satanist, nihilist network and also neo-Nazi, so it is connected to neo-Nazi, but mostly nihilist. And here, down here, you have these groups are the groups that are in Brazil. We have more than 100 groups in activity in Brazil. They are self-sustainable and safe, scalable. That means that sadism is a social coin between groups. It serves as a status intergroups. So as we get to leaders of some of those groups, that individual that is already inserted in that network of some group or subgroup is already radicalization online because they are desensibilized due to extreme violence, and they leave. And so that they have that status, they must have more sadism than the other ones. It's out of control in Brazil, even though we've been seeking to catch them and stop them, but it's a decentralized network. And by this side is one of the individuals I got this name in Telegram. He posted Nicole's photo on the cover of his profile. This guy is an American guy. Sleaze was murdered. He was imprisoned in the United States. He had a live murder. He had various photos of Nicole on the cover of his profile on Telegram. It's transnational, not only because they are communicating online, but also because you have the influence that there must have been, even throughout Nicole's murder. There's a copycat. There's the contagious status, and they are always competing. They want to overpass one another, and the status to be notorious, that is more interesting for them. And then I'd like to say they are boys and girls, because we can't have just the stereotypes when we are in this field. Today, more and more girls who are harassing, mostly in this network in Brazil, they are the most abusers, top abusers and aggressors. You see, Nicole, she's being harassed by a girl. A 14-year-old had that planned her murder. This network produced much propaganda, instructions, tactics, processes, and procedures. Even if this material is in English, they are circulating in Brazil. This is no longer an issue because they have an AI, a translator group, and then we get to do all the translation. This type of material cannot be shared to show how you are going to extort from someone, how you have a person to be hurt or to hurt themselves or to harm themselves. They are teaching the person how to do it. There's a step by step, and this is what is being shared on Telegram and Discord. They call it in Brazil a pot, but I'm a searcher. I work in the field with victims and aggressors. I don't recommend to keep using the term that the violent, nihilist, extremists use, because that can bring more notoriety to them and to make them easier to be reached actually within those ecosystems. So they are violent extremism. It's a network net. The AN 2022, I've identified one group and I signalized to the Bahia police force was the Lakshan in Discord. This was the first one that we got self-mutilation, threat to violent attacks to schools. Here you have some examples of the violence. Naro, Brazilian, he's Brazilian, and he's one of the victims. This was a girl in Australia who was his victim, you see? And to see the role of Brazil, we are exporting these violent actions to other countries. Naro was one of the actually one of the perpetrators, and he was being arrested, and he was mentioned in the American justice. The Brazilian Naro was mentioned in that process. So the transnational challenge has a challenge. We have a group with 23 researchers, and I'm the only one in Brazil, but we have researchers worldwide, where Mark and I are focused in this group, mostly in these emerging threats. We are 24 hours monitoring this. And we have many challenges. I'm going to go through them. I think my time is up. It's too much to be spoken in a shorter time. We work in the public prosecution in Rio Grande do Sul. We work with two pillars. The national ones, when we analyze the cases and the better way to intervene that case to protect the well-being of that child and adolescent. And then we have another pillar that is strategic, is our focus to prevention. The training of protection networks in the municipalities, those who are there at the tip that should be protecting the policeman or the social worker, the prosecutor of that region, child protection organization, the doorman of the school, the cook of the school, and the society as a whole. So we have the project called Sinais that trains locally the protection networks locally, and you have IC signals projects where we go to the municipalities to take training to parents and carers or caregivers. There's no silver bullet. Regulation is not a silver bullet. Training to improve security is not a silver bullet, but mostly we have to bring this to the society because we see solidly in our work there's much transference of parents' responsibilizations to school. We are finding diagnosis of psychological diseases or disabilities on medical reports being used for that. The parents say, this kid is autistic, and you are disorganizing this kid. So the parents are transferring their parent responsibilization to external factors, no matter if it's the state, the tablet, or the school. Regarding gender, you have an expressive growth. Our cutout is Rio Grande do Sul because it's the only state that has empirical evidence. Other states have not monitored. 79% are men, 20% are women. We've had 350 events this year. Most of them are below 18 years old, underage. We got up to 11-year-olds. We had to intervene. And the time for radicalization has been reduced. If today we would take 1 year to radicalize them, when they are inserted into these groups, such as COM or another subcultures, because there are various subcultures that are connected, Cute Glory, She, Edgeby, Sujap, and very others, up to 2 months, 1 month, this kid is converted. Rapidly, some examples. It's multi-platforms, so we cannot just we're not blaming just Roblox or Discord. One of the social media is used to harass. Then you have, for example, spawnism, which is an unfolding of COM. We've reported to Roblox. It's a violent world that is there. You see, Nicole's murder is being used as a goddess in the networks. So the root of the problem in this group we discuss every day, 24 hours a day. In our center, there's no moment in which we are not thinking about that. And the main problems are dysfunctional families, and dysfunctional are not the families with domestic violence as a consensus. Dysfunctional families are not they are not actually acting as family. They allow their children to be prejudicial, to be violent, or they have, for example, a gay teenager and they reject their child and make them vulnerable to this psychic rejection. And this network, transnational networks and other malicious agents, how can they harass and grab those teenagers and hook them by exploring their vulnerabilities? So the more vulnerable they are, the easier it's going to be for them to recruit, to harass, to bring them to co-opt those children. If you don't notice, if we don't realize our children are having a psychic suffering, we are making them more vulnerable to radicalization. If you allow the proliferation of anti-Semitism online or ideologically or politically, you are part of the problem because you are making them more vulnerable to malicious and the bullying that is sadism. We can't go through all these subjects because it's way too quick. But in the afternoon, we're going to have another round. Anyway, we are available. Our center is open. We've arrested this person, Eric from Com. And you can see how this is paid. It's not always paid, but you have an incentive. If you poison a street homeless person, you get this. We have a huge volume of sexual abuse in this network. It's devastating, even with instructions of underage children abuse and spread this. The gaps, we have various gaps. One is regarding a list of violent extremists and terrorists. You have many legal gaps that are going to be discussed in Brazil. We have a collaboration with platforms. So we understand that the platforms must also be in our local context to understand the subject. They don't understand here in Brazil. That's why it's so important working with the research, with the BR Echo, to contextualize the platforms, because this is something that is unstoppable. We don't have a silver bullet to that unless working cross-functionally, because because it's very difficult. So I would like to thank Pri for being here in this grieving moment, and we're available to all of you.
Now, I'm conscious of time, so I propose to have only two questions. I apologize. Otherwise, we will delay everything and we will have a domino effect. If we do not have two questions, if you have a question, let's ask them. Anyone else? I won't insist as I'm conscious of time. Go ahead. There's another question. I'll translate. He asked if it is more common in these cases of extortion, this emotional blackmail, or the financial part. Social engineering, I can't answer it. even because we do not have an idea of the whole ecosystem. But what we find, initially it wasn't a financial thing, but now it has become a financial thing. So we see that rape, gore, self-harm, this has becoming, and child pornography as well, this has becoming more and more. It's a crescent. This is how I feel, but my colleagues may answer that as well. When we are in these groups, in this network since 22, I'm infiltrated there, I'm covered there, and I gather data, I forward them to institution. It's more psychological manipulation. This is more present than the financial part. The ones using the financial part, normally they are the leaders that they want to have their groups and have a notoriety space in this ecosystem. So they offer payment because they couldn't make the people to spontaneously, with spontaneity, to have the events to escape moderation. This is why they call them an event. So if they wish to be famous, they pay. The other ones staying there longer, they do not pay. They already have a know-how to manipulate, extort, and their high status in intergroup, they do not pay it. Not every victim is coerced to do these events, these violent events. In not every case they are coerced. 30% they are coerced, but 70% they are already vulnerable children and teenagers, and they are manipulated, they are easy targets, co-opted by these predators. They fall in love with them in many cases. And they do it to feel they belong, to have a higher ranked, and so that they have a higher intergroup status. There are cases that we intervened. The victim came to me, 15-year-old victim. They self-mutilated with the perpetrator name in their forehead, in their breasts, in their butt. And the aggressor, Eric, he was threatening her that if she didn't put a knife on her vagina, he would they would show her online. And the victim was completely captured by them. It took me 2 hours to convince the victim that we should talk to their parents. It took me 2 hours to convince the victim. First of all, to contact their parents. Then Dr. Fabio called her parents. It was a whole different process to disengage this victim and rescue her from this sadistic ecosystem. He was arrested. We could arrest him, but there are hundreds of others that weren't arrested, and this is highly scaled. So they are more manipulated. I think we answered the question. When they wish to have this status, they pay it. Only to add something else, in my research, I realized not only in Brazilian reais, they always pay in games coins. So from the game, the coin, the game, they pay with these challenges. Yes, Robots, Nitro. There's something I hadn't mentioned, Pablo. Very urgently in Brazil, we need a public alert from the institutions about this network. I had a video in the beginning of the year, but I didn't have a higher reach. This kind of network, this nihilist violent extremism, we need information to get to the other ends, inside people's houses, to see which are the critical signs that shows this adolescent may be an aggressor or a victim. And this public alert wasn't made. And extremely necessary that we did it. Canada, Mark has done it. He's part of the Canadian government. Europol did it. FBI did it. Sweden, the UK, Australia had done it, but Brazil hadn't done it yet. And we lead this ranking with the US, where we have victims and violent incidents perpetrated. I would like to make a comment. Michelle, something caught my attention. Many things from your presentation, actually. It's impacting and needed presentation. But there's something that we realized in the attacks. The families was completely surprised. And many families, I'm going to say they are typical. When we think on families in Brazil, we need to consider some things. We have more than 11 million monoparental families. They are abandoned by their partners and they work 8 to 10 hours a day. They have many hours to commute and the children are alone. They are giving their best because I have a 6-per-1 scale of work. The older will take care of the younger because we lack public policies in that manner. But I believe undoubtedly these families are frail in their bonding because of the neoliberal structure of our society. We discuss a lot that working with family care means changing working relationships because they need more time, they need social structure that will support these women. And only to finalize, I see that when we talk about parental control, it's for middle class and upper middle class. These families do not know what discord is. The teenager is there on the cell phone. They will not say, leave the cell phone. You didn't say it, but I think we can't attribute individual responsibility to something that should be public from the government institutions that should regulate and work on that manner. To wrap it up, I remember a situation where they would like to coerce the mother to provide testimonial. Brazil is very good to punish, but not to take care of the families and support them. So young children and teenagers got in this situation because they lack conditions. The families lack conditions to take care of them. I disagree with some things. As we are in the field, so we analyze 80, 90 cases per month. We have the warrant to apprehend children. And this is spread. This is not only happening in one social class. There are cases of victims and aggressors from very, very poor people. And sometimes we need to have these warrants and we need to provide interviews with the families and we cry. And they are very, very poor. They do not have any assistance, any support. Sometimes that young person is neurodivergent and they do not receive the care they should have been receiving. But we also seen cases of families that are upper class. The mother doesn't work, they are at home all day long, and they do not control their children, lack of parental control. And there's no silver bullet. There's only a way to impede violent online radicalization, or we will remove them from the internet completely or end the internet. Both of them are an utopia. We need to think how we are going to work to train institutions to understand it. This is a flaw we have in Brazil. Many cases that get to us, the police officer at the end couldn't spot that girl was victim of this violent network. They can't spot it. And then we lack answers, and we cannot dismantle this group at least. It's self-sustainable, the groups, but when we get a group, we are saving lives. Boys and girls that will not commit suicide, they will not be murdered, they will not abuse or kill animals. So this needs to be multi-sector, and the society needs to have tools to understand what discord is, what's reality, what's going on. And when we show our lecture is 4 hour old. We have 4 hours of lectures, I mean. We work during four hours with the protection net, with safety nets. And what I showed you happens while mothers are in the room and the child is in the room, in the bedroom or bathroom, and they do not know what's going on in their own houses. And we need to make them pay attention. And when we remove responsibilities from the parents and put them into the state's hands, we are worsening the scenario because these malicious agents have no barrier for them. They go everywhere. But we need every part, state. For example, a network like this one, the state should have broadcasted a public alert. They know about these networks. I showed them, I told them about it, and they hadn't done it. So we needed to train institutions. We need investment. There's no investment for this area in Brazil. We do it because we are stubborn. And because of our stubbornness, we created a new PV. So with Mark, Stop Ready could get financing. So this is the state, regulation, having platforms sit down at the negotiation table. And having this conversation is difficult. The implementation of moderation policies. What do we need to do? Research, deliver to them, to say this is going on, you need to collaborate. When we call big techs, they sit down with us because we had many directors from these big techs. They went to Rio Grande do Sul, they listened to our discourse. So we need to gather everyone to be able to minimize damage because we cannot stop them. Thank you so much. We are going to stop for 2 hours. We are resuming at 2:30 in the same room. If you are a speaker, the speakers will go there to have lunch. If you are a speaker, you can regroup in the lounge. The other ones 2:30.
Okay, all the cases. That makes just in your region. Yeah, so that's just your so. Okay, but I had a heart attack when calm them.
times the global numbers.
Ei, teste 1, 2, alô, bom dia. É bom dia mesmo ou boa tarde? E? Ei, teste.
então tá bom.
Enquanto eu tô lhe ouvindo.
Tá me ouvindo? Ouvindo direitinho?
Essas coisas estão horríveis.
Vamos lá. Ouvindo.
Mas,
Vai grudar aqui, ó. Tem problema?
esse ficar lá embaixo.
Alô, alô, alô?
Não.
Vai ficar muito longe, né?
Muito ruim esse fone. Eu falei com a Rioli
Ah,
sobre isso. Sabe o que ele falou?
o quê?
Ninguém reclama. Falei, não tô reclamando, não.
Eu não sou ninguém. Pelo amor de Deus, é que as pessoas são resilientes, sabe? Não reclamam. Que o microfone é ruim, que tá muito perto da boca. Aí ele reclamou, falou assim, ninguém reclama. Eu ponho ele pra cá e ele volta, ó. Mas aqui fica muito longe, né? Alô, alô, testando. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 para 12, faltam 3. Você está me ouvindo? Então está excelente. Finalmente estamos aqui. Já comecei a ouvir o barulhinho. Opa, excelente. Bom dia, good morning. Ok, very good. Good afternoon, boa tarde, buenas tardes. Boa tarde. Boa tarde. Boa tarde. Boas tardes. Boas tardes.
against. It is a symptom. We're getting the vision of Marshall Rosenberg. Violence is a tragic way and inadmissible of reacting to a legible need. If we look at this served, it's a need for affection, for connection. Do you hear now? That are happening in the schools, in the families. we didn't have any lethal attack. But at times, when everything works out fine, we extinguish the process with no social educational action, with no need for that. Because what motivated that child to have a school attacked, it was not just that factor, but a set of risks, and then we could take care of that so they are not going to prison. So I think I could do it. And I would like to invite you, those who are not following me, if you want to learn more about the project, please follow the protocol Eu Te Vejo on Instagram.
Obrigado. Muito obrigado, doutora.
Thank you very much. Very clear. And it's good to see that the legal agencies in Brazil are not only cold law imposers. We've worked in the family prosecution, and we have a difference when you have a judge that is human. It's desirable that they are technical, they have technical knowledge, but when they have the human factors, it's totally different. Once they said, I can give you a solution. If you don't like, you go to court, but your life will go on the same way. So having other people at risk is a problem. So let's go on. Professor Dr. Lisa Corabono is a chief police coordinator of NOAD, a digital and observation and analysis center. So between 2012 and 2015, she was the coordinator of AI Center between the 12-15 and 2021, and the coordinator of the police office for the division of social communication of the General Police Office until the present, together with NOAD. She's a master in constitutional right and a PhD candidate at public law. Professor Lisa, let's listen to your explanation. Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be here. Today I'm going to teach about life amongst all the ones that are so experts in this theme. We started in 2023 when we had two tragic attacks to school in São Paulo. Tomásia Montoro first, and then Sapopemba School. And then in 2023, we put a group together, and we didn't have anything on the theme in São Paulo. We didn't know about the author, perpetrators, if the attacks were similar to the United States or not. And if we don't know the enemy, we have no way of fighting against them. Then from that moment on, we felt the need that we had to understand how everything was ongoing in social media. And through police reports, we concluded that the two attacks were agreed and they were transmitted live on Discord. And then we asked ourselves, what's missing for us to be there to understand what's going on? So we started shyly, subtly, with just 3 intelligence officers. And I'm a little bit ignorant with the initiative, but we should be there. And we started watching what's ongoing. And I'd say that in 18 years of career, I've been to very sensitive areas of the police, but I've never seen anything like that. What we see in social media, everything's crazy, it's so fast. If we don't join together as public power and civil society, everything is going to be lost, or we are going to a very bad pathway. Our center today, when we started investigations, we we put together the first operation. And when we had digital observations, what causes me concern, and I fight against some platforms, even though we are aware of these radicalizations and the amount of victims, the platforms should be should be accountable for over for the crimes. So if I know that someone is cutting themselves live, they don't drop the servers. So for me, there is a lot to do with the platforms because there's a mission in this sense. And I always say that the focus of this nucleus is are the lives. We can save victims before the worst part is coming. We can save lives before a family is over. And we've been successful, thank God, not with the aid of platforms. They don't support us. I can say that together with Professor Pedro, platforms don't help us out, actually. Mostly when I have a victim about to be saved or not. It's very important that you understand that the time I have to investigate a person is wide because I have to put evidence together. Maybe many times I have very few evidence, but I can ask for help somewhere in some agency or some office. But I need to save lives. This case of this girl is very symbolic because we were monitoring, and obviously after one previous radicalization, this girl was about to commit suicide, and we were watching that. We were desperate. We had nowhere to get data from that victim, and usually victims don't omit data. So from another platform, we got her data and we saved her. We got a time. I called from my smartphone to the mother of the victim, and we got her to go to the room of her daughter, and the girl was about to be hanged, to hang herself. Have I saved this victim? No. I got this victim at the final stage of violence. She's been into a journey to get there. No, we're not supposed to say that this police chief is amazing. No, we all failed before that. I don't know if my colleagues that work in this area have the same feeling. First, I know how to act. I call the parent, and they think it's a coup or it's a scam. When they go to the victim's room, they find the kid in that situation, and I call them back. And when I call them back, they start to excuse. They said, "Oh my God, I was not aware. I'll talk to her." Many times they beat their child because they think that child is causing everything bad that is ongoing. And then I have the second job is to convince her to go to the police to register the complaint. But the denial of the family. At first, we go and lecture, they are participants, they are concerned about their children, but then you have the denial moment. They say, no, no, not my son, not my daughter. They say, no, I pay a good school for my child, I educate them. It's surreal what we see, but it's a reality. I'd say to you that our center has re-signified my career. I don't see myself in another place. What we do, Dr. Vanessa, it's priceless. But we are not focused on successes. We are focused on our failures because many times we lose animals, we lose children. Today we have at least 30 animals that are sacrificed because they feel pleasure in seeing a dog or a cat dying. So this conversation is priceless. I think this must be constant for exchanging information, so that we know that not only the platforms are accountable, and the parents are as well. And each one within their space, but nobody is accountable for that. Today I say that we need efforts put together. I've talked to the public prosecution in São Paulo that has been a partner in São Paulo. They support me. The legal area, judicial justice in Brazil, we are getting there. When I send a report to the judge, they don't know what precedes that. And our police force is not ready for that or to register a complaint about that. I say that São Paulo government, yesterday we had a training for many police writers that are going to leave the police school with that knowledge, because if someone goes to a police office and register there, they know minimally how to identify the signals. So I always say that I won in my life when I started to face the problem and collect the results. Today, we have the training to standardize, to patronize and standardize the reports. We are training the military police because they are the first one to get to the scene, and we are also training civil police in the police school. And for the older police force, they are older people today, so it's a dilemma. It's the analogic generation trying to talk to the digital generation. So a parent would have to talk to the police by trying to make them understand what's a digital rape. We have lectures in companies, schools, and we have also a reporting channel officially. These are our numbers, contact numbers, and we also have these are the statistics we have. We have constant contact with the police. It's useless to have good information if they don't have a more technical look at that. I take all our numbers and I say that we have 319 victims that have been saved. This number is priceless. So I thank you so much for that. I've tried to be brief, but if we stay here, we're going to be all day long speaking about that, because it is a very realistic and necessary subject. It is also a subject that I'm pretty sure that has resignified my life and everybody else who's here.
Alô. Bom, obrigado, doutora Lisa. Muito.
So rich your speech. It shows us another side. I will ask everyone a question, but I'll leave it for later. On training of the departments which you represent. I'll ask you later. Last but not least, Dr. Pedro Melo Henrique Cardeiro. He works combating hate crimes and extreme violence and the combat against cyber crimes. He will talk about this topic on a federal level. Hello. I work with the police. It's so interesting to hear what you told us. Dr. Thelma, it's so interesting to see you. So she's an expert. We are going to talk about combating violent extremism. To talk about outside the federal level, we need to submit material to the police academy, and it takes long. And I had a short time. This is why I do not have any material. I'm going to spare you from seeing more blood. I'm going to talk about investigation techniques, analysis, data extraction, open source research. Let us talk about how we are going to combat this matter in a macro view. In the investigation, the police works to prevent the crime. A crime happened, we will investigate, we'll see who did it, we will report it, and when this is concluded, we are going to report to the police and so on and so forth. But this process, this repressive process wasn't enough. We needed to anticipate in order to prevent, to decrease the gap between having the crime and investigating authorship. And also, so there's a crime. If it's not happening one, we are going to sit down on a stakeout and see how things were doing. So this wasn't enough as well. So we started anticipating, preventing crime in order to prohibit, to prevent drugs coming to our country. We are not only going to repress, we need to anticipate, as I told you before. This is a way of preventing it. So this is how we work. We are undercover in many groups. We do it with permits, and there are open groups where anyone can be part, and we see people denouncing it. So we need to investigate in order to prevent. And then we are part of many groups. So there's a group with 250 people. 50 of them are police. So we prevent violent crime. So something will happen. So we rush, we get in touch with followers. We know it's going to happen on Discord. And many times they do not respond promptly. But we have contact. We call judges, and we can make it stop. And then we avoided this cut. And this is how we have been working. And we are doing something that is very difficult to prevent, because when we can drop one, 6 other ones will happen. If we need to get their data, they do not want to provide their data. So these platforms, they do not provide for us their data, the data of the participants. This is what I meant. So this is a preventive manner to avoid suicide. We have information from Europol, BKA. So the victim is depressed and they are being induced. So there was a game in Sweden, and we know there's a person that is there being manipulated, and we try to talk to the parents, to military police, and they think we are hazing them. And parents do not know what's going on with their children. Our children have imminent danger in the streets, in that corridor, in the past. They are walking to bad people. Now, and we used to think in the past that people were secure or safe in their houses. Now it's the opposite. People are not safe in their houses anymore. So this is what the federal police does. So we have a central unit, and we organize every state, and there are superintendencies, other departments that we work with them to have immediate prevention, and and there's other prevention, a long term, that we have family, social groups, government programs that would pay attention to this kind of problem. This is absurd for parents. They do not understand. They do not understand the risk their children are exposed to, that hidden conversation that no one knows what that is. So this is very complex. We need a much more active control being done. We see children up to 8 years old, they pay attention, they go to parties, they go with them. From 8 to 10 years on, they think they are, they grew more, they do not pay attention anymore. And this is when they should be paying attention in the digital environment. There's no avoiding of the children participating in these places, but we need to pay attention, we need to surveil. In the federal police, we only work when there is a crisis. With teenagers, it's only an infraction, and the civil police at that place will investigate. So we start investigating. From 10 people, 9 of them are minors. So these facts are not so connected. Sometimes we pay attention where things happen, and people cannot connect everything, and people end up not investigating it. And this investigation goes nowhere, and this manipulation to commit suicide continue happening. I'm not going to tell you how extremism happened because you talked about it all day long. But we need to combat crime. There's repression. We need to breach data. We saw the whole investigation. We report what happens. I will file that and follow up to the local police to see if we can inhibit crime. There was something recent that we tried to avoid attack to a school. We searched the teenager's house. The mother said, "My son is a saint." We joined the group. In the same group, the same teenager was threatening public authorities. And there was the mother tried to cover for their son, and the evidence was there. See what your son is doing. He is menacing, threatening to invade the school, and our hands were tied. So we need to combat, and immediately we should have the police work. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your words. I invite all the panelists to come back to our table, our panel. We have a time for questions. We are respecting the senator time. We have 13 minutes to close up. Pablo has a question and I have a generic question. You do not need to answer now. When everyone is going to answer it, please answer what I'm asking you. If I'm with dedicated, enlightened people who are generous and make a difference in their institutions, or if they are representative of this institution spirit, do you depend on celebrity or institutions are working? I talked to Acacio Legis, so ECA Digital is going on from 17th of November on. Oh no, I'm sorry. It will be online in 6 months. Do you hope they have a relevant difference? So when you are going to answer the questions, you can talk about it as well, okay? First of all, I'm happy to have this team here. I'm more relaxed because I see that serious people are seriously working hard, and we can be more relaxed in the society. I'll ask Lisa, Fabio, Pedro. Do you know each other? Are you articulated? This is one of the questions. It may seem obvious, but this phenomena is international. You see a boy, you do not online, you do not know where they are. This monitoring can be overlapped and resources can be dealt with in a way that you will have a person for every kind of police, every layer. They would end up covering one side and uncovering another one. Do you have a division? Do you share the work? Or if you do not, how can we create institutionalities if it is lacking? Let's have a reflection on the nature of interstate nature of this phenomena. I'll try to be brief. The biggest problem is, as the phenomena is not defined, we are puzzled. I have been working more with COAD. I know the police chief. We have been working hard for other countries. I have been working with technical work, but other countries do not publicize as we do. But we lack having a national network where we could discuss it. In other activities, we see there's a fight per jurisdiction. Here, we have a fight to let others do it. These issues, this phenomena is a new world that people do not know how to deal with. But personally, we have good relations. And we have here the 4 biggest operators in this subject in the country. I wouldn't. We have a better understanding on the size of the hole we are in. So we exchange ideas. If my institution supports me, and my institution does, there's another thing to discuss. We have difficulty in convincing our peers that this is something serious, because this is new. People think it's a child playing a game in their bedroom. No, my goodness, we need to take it seriously. And this is a macro view. I see centrality of the public ministry because of the systems structure. 80% of these people are children and adolescents. So this audience is central. So nationally, we should think how we can have a network that would be decentralized, but it would gather every actors together so that we can work in real time. Now with this personal context, we make it faster, but what if we leave? How is the work going to be done? So we need institutionalization. Thank you. Let me try to answer the 3 questions. First of all, there are many people, and I can talk about it according to my work. There are many people invested in that, and most of them are so committed and proactive as well, so that we change the reality. The difference is that I have an Instagram account with 150,000 followers, and I didn't want to show my face in the beginning. The first posts, you couldn't see me or my name. But a certain moment, I understood people need a character. They need a hero. They need to see someone and say, this is the person. When I understood this was the rule of the game, I decided to use it on behalf of the important agenda. I'm in a city that is a window for Brazil, and I'm the only judge ruling on this competence there. People say we need a exclusive court for a number of people, and I'm the only one. We have 4 protective courts and an infractional one. So I know the police chief in Rio and Samuel, the other one who aids me in the difficult moment. In the federal police, I know Dr. Rafaela Parra. In the public ministry, I'm friends with every judges. As for ECA Digital, Senator Alessandro Vieira is the author of the bill. Elaine, his advisor. I'm touched. Elaine told me they are going to bury the project. It's not going to pass. And I said, take it easy. We will revert it. They will come around. So we could win economic power of the billionaire companies. In the story of capitalism, they have power to lobby. And we could pass the bill in the National Congress. And we have a bill that is so modern. From the whole legislation I know in the other countries, there's no better law than the one done by Senator Alessandro Vieira. I'm so proud to talk it directly to you. I'm so hopeful. I was at an event yesterday, and I told the psychiatrists and psychologists, from April on, you will have a problem because you will have thousands of children that today are addicted to screen, and they won't be able to access screens limitless anymore. And they told me I was right, that addiction was a problem. So plasticity of adolescent brain will make it heal faster, but they cannot use it so much as they used first. We have been working so that ECA Digital is implemented. I have been working to verify ages, and I'm so helpful. And the last question.
We have an institutional bridging. We have contact. My cell phone has many contacts. I call someone I need whenever I need. If tomorrow something happens to me, or within 7 years when I retire, don't know who is going to sit on this chair. And maybe it's not going to be someone like me. So what I get I get a very bad case from Discord. I grab it because maybe they don't think it is a criminal organization. So we have a case in Bahia, São Paulo, and then I can judge everything. Maybe the public prosecution think I'm competent enough, yes, and I can do it. But it's a crafts hand solution or a handcraft solution. So we need legislation regarding digital crimes. I was lecturing to teenagers, and I commented on the case of the boy who was arrested in the United States because he asked the GPT how to murder a colleague. And the boy said, "Is this a crime?" And I said, "This is an amazing question, because today it's not a crime. You can ask for details on GPT about a crime, and it's not considered a crime." We had this difficulty at the beginning when we had attacks. We put this all into the terrorism box. If it's too technical, so this needs change for legislation. the world has changed. And we are Generation Xers. We learned law in another era. We studied by the examples of shooting dead body would be another crime. So we have to go on with we update with what we have today. Regarding the second question, we need a network that is all bridged, all connected. We have the children's protection legislation that talks about the competence. So you have 30 people within this court in a pot. And it's not every day that all are participating. We were following one day, we had 12 events with 12 different sets of people. So we want to put this together. So we lack information and the investigation because we can't join information by a legal approach. If you have everybody connected at the very same day, at the very same moment, we would have a crime. But if we have people connected in different times, different events, we are going to have difficulties for the investigation. We are in the international area, and I have to coordinate a national effort. We talk to one another as contact on behalf of common good for saving lives. But we need to centralize that. We feel that when we are investigating. And we talk to one another because we want to share some issues. One of my targets in France, and they sponsor the attacks. When there is not a victim to cut themselves, he pays for the victim to cut themselves. So we had the federal police to support me, and we could share the information with France. So that's the point. But we have to bear in mind, and also having the senator here present, it's important that these investigations could go through the same pathway. What we notice when we investigate is that I have one operation here in 5 states, one target in France. And what has been arrested in that state stays there in that state because we don't have a specific police office here. Our public security head has the objective to start the first police office that is specialized in that. Because many times we have some evidence, and the judge, because one evidence, we had evidence, but the judge didn't have that. And then they go back to the network, to the social media, and it's not gone forward. We have to review because people are celebrating that this is not in court. So the time for the author and the time for prisoning is another. We don't have legislation in this sense. There's a gap on that. And it's important that when we go to the platform, when we request Google, for example, before they would give us much information. Today, they don't give us the IP, for example, number. If it's an IP, I don't have the Portalogic, I don't access anywhere. I have data that work for nothing today. So that needs to be rebuilt. We are on the right path. The digital app is very good. It's one success. And it's the very beginning of understanding a crime that is coming strongly. Since our investigation, the beginning of the investigation, that was 1 year or 1 year a half ago, they are more violent. They want something new. They are possibly in the need for a new shooter with a new profile. So we're never enough. It's all increasing. It's getting more complex. They migrate because each one of them wants to have their own domain. And I have one, and then I have 20 within a few minutes. So, but we are on the way. Does anybody else in the audience want to talk? I would like to thank you all. It's wonderful learning, but it's a terror to hear about them. It's very good to learn that we have people in the parliament and the police that are working towards that. And so let's change the subject and talk about soccer. No, not now. But I think we are fulfilling the mission of this chair. I would like to congratulate Pablo and Michelle because you are at the beginning of this seminar. You are the seeds for that, and Deborah that has worked hard, and we know that it's too much work. So this is the mission we have to bring this subject to the university, as it was mentioned at the beginning. It's something that is not concerning to the university only, but the whole society. So I would like to thank you all. And what we have to bear in mind is that we need an outcome. So we need a well-intentioned person available to be here. And then I close this panel and I thank you all. We're going to have a 5-minute break and then we'll come back.
Ah, tá.
Pessoal, como a gente tem uma limitação de tempo, vou pedir para a gente.
As we are limited with time, I would like us to stay together so that we can go on with our seminar. Now we are going forward to the closing of our seminar with the presence. We are really glad to get the presence of Senator Alessandro Vieira. I would like to thank some other people. I would like to thank again those who are here, who are sponsoring our chair and our event. And I would like to thank Stop Hate Brazil that helped with the ticket of Mark Under that had an issue about the visa. I would like to thank Deborah and the presence of all the participants that came from everywhere in Brazil. And I'd like to greet the parents, Nicola's parents that are here. They had a hard time. Thank you for being here, following our seminar. And then I'll give the floor to Senator Alessandro Vieira, that got one day. He is at the front of the fight against the corruption, and so he got this moment to be together with us with public prosecution, federal justice, and the university with this very important problem. Senator Alessandro Vieira is a civil police chief. He is a senator of Brazil. He is the author of the digital children protection law. And he faced difficulties with the deputies with some relevant legislation. And his presence is calming, actually, because there's no one among the congressmen with more qualification than him to think of how the congressman could do to mitigate this challenging situation. So thank you very much for being here. Good afternoon, you all. It's a pleasure being here. It was not easy to get this agenda, but this is a very relevant theme. And we have too many people together, good people together, so we can reach solutions. I don't know if you believe in karma, but I think my karma is really tough. In 2013, we started to create in Sergipe State a police office specialized in cyber crimes. And we make up the structure of this group, and we started ranking police officers who had the profile to work with digital instead of training people for that. And then in 2013 to 14, we had the first case of digital rape. A young girl in the countryside of Sergipe State that was abused by a person who had the profile that was cloning a young man from Santa Catarina State, but actually it was a 45-year-old in Campinas, São Paulo. We came catch him here. And I followed the presentation, and I was talking to my comrade here. The presentation corresponds to the things that happened in 2014 back then. The same narratives, similar dynamics, similar modus operandi. So we noticed that we haven't advanced from there. And as I come from this construction for a long journey, and I see this resume of the platforms struggle against platforms. We were facing the same issues. They could only obey Santa Monica in California, the platforms. We had some fines, pressure, and threats over the time. But with the change, political change in the United States, you have a re-empowerment of the big techs, and then resume the conduct of non-cooperation. And what I could summarize to you by adding to what has been presented here is that the core role of the big techs is key for this, because they have the technology, they keep the information, the full information. There's not 1 centimeter of our lives that they don't control. So they follow in real time. They have personal tools, resources to identify each tragic fact that has been described here throughout all their stages. And they do nothing because economically that is not relevant. Lives economically are irrelevant from the economic point of view. And this perception is what made me get to the Congress in 2019 and start discussing the 2630 bill that was nicknamed as fake news bill. It's a project, it's a bill that is not about content, it's about tools, it's about disclosing anonymity to make viable the work of the police and the court to identify criminals and do the sanctions. This project was approved in the Senate, but among the deputies, the big techs had a brutal work of lobby regarding all the tools that had illegal aspects involved. We sat down again and we spent almost 5 years building the bill that has become the digital children and adolescent protection law. Because among this audience, it's easier to create consensus. And another important point, if you don't participate in the constitution of a law, you are not able to identify the potential partners you have in this agenda. And you have them all among all the ideologies. But you have to have political power for that. Among children and adolescent legislation, we could approve them. And then we had a video from Felca that impacted in the media. If you have already material, quality material, this is a very good project. If you don't have, then you have a patchwork, because the politics is always answering. Specifically, the civil society participation was key. We had many of you there. I'm not going to mention everybody, but we would like to convince Hugo Mota, the president, and he was key in this process because he accepted opening and putting into the approval of the Senate, because it was a mature bill, and stop almost 20 projects that had been presented by some deputies at that very week by seeking to enjoy that media moment caused by Felca. So your speeches were very important, relevant. For Hugo Mota, and we had the approval, almost unanimity of the bill. And this is something to be observed.
In politics and society, why do people react when we try to regulate internet use? There are two factors, and both of them demand a comeback from the academia and the society as well to disseminate the knowledge. First of all is the romantic view of the internet. We are prisoners of this romantic view that was materialized in a bill. It was a global milestone that reproduces a romantic view in the digital environment. Such environment is not safe, is not neutral, and is conducted by political, economical interests, depending on the menu of the channel's owner. So we need to surpass this innocence. ECA Digital is the first law bill that will surpass this naivety on the internet, and it starts with this adult understanding of the internet. But there's a lot to be done yet. The second part, if we can have a maintenance of this way to build a consensus that starts with the technical part and then we have a political consensus, we will be able to approve efficient bills. I have been on the organized crime bills. I am the reporter. I am reporting it. I'm the author and I report it as well. We need technical consensus, then political consensus, and then we have an efficient bill. In this specific part, we have space to have political consensus. Unfortunately, it could be easier, but we need to have characters. As my colleague told before, it's part of the communication to have a face to the message. People need to visualize and understand that person that has credibility, that would verbalize a technical consensus. What's technical in this area? We cannot let qualified professionals go, but I need to have a working logic. So the task force, this is a model that we could use. This is a model that is used worldwide, and after the Lava Jato task force that we had in our politics 5 years ago, people do not want this anymore. So I do not waste technical knowledge and experience. And if we do not do those things, we gain efficiency. We have parliamentarian initiatives, and we can work with it because in the work plan of organized crime task force, we added digital crime, and then we added the radicalization, violent online extremism as well. And we didn't do it for nothing. We did it because we are aware how severe that is and how difficult for the people is to understand that organized crime is not a black person that is poor in the slums carrying a gun. This is a part of organized crime only, but it's not the most important piece. Not even the part that when it's attacked or limited, it will generate an impact in this chain. When we see actions on the internet for radicalization, selling child pornography, this is the organized crime action, because it will fill in with every technical requirement you can interpret in many ways. But it's reasonable to say that they have task sharing, they have advantages. Sometimes it's economical advantages. Many presentations talked about it. But in this first phase, the advantage is self-use, self-profit, value, status, sexual pleasure. In the next step, when they are going to sell pornography globally, then we see big money. So if we have this consensus better communicated, better exposed, we are closer to put on a table the relevant actors, the ones who will make decisions. I guess our police chief talked about 8 people taking care of this group. 8, and here 8 in the federal police is the same. 8 people taking care of that. This is a political choice. The one defining budget, politics do so. Politics define the path to take. I am a police chief. I'm very happy with my profession because it was the first test I took to be a public servant. And in many opportunities, I worked protecting children and adolescents from crime. I created a department of police of the victims, the children who are victims, because they take care of the oppressor but do not take care to the victims. And it's still true today. And then in 2018, I let the technical side to join the political side, because only through politics we can do things. Only the politicians will decide what's priority in Brazil. And this is how democracy works. We choose them. We choose poorly, but we do so. And every 2 years, we can exchange them depending on their position. So what's my suggestion? In the context we have here today, we need to strengthen technical consensus. From them, we will create political consensus. Protecting children and adolescents, it's an agenda from both left and right wings. I talked about it before, and I will repeat it proudly. To have ECA Digital, especially in this last path, we had Maria do Rosario and Damaris, and they worked together without any problems, without any ideology, vanities, because the focus was written, and we needed to build this. And this is how we do things. I hope it's successful. So I will pause my speech here. It's very interesting to discuss and exchange ideas. So I would like to thank the work each and every one of you has been doing. I have done this, and it's exhausting. The immense majority of these children will be a victim again. The state does not have a mechanism to ensure these children won't be victims again. So to have the emotional, intellectual capacity to deal with it and do not commit a crazy thing, I congratulate all of you. I've been there. I've done that. And I keep doing it because it's like a karma. If I try to escape it, I will come back. If you could see that 50-minute video that police chief was talking about, and you can go home alive and the next day work again, this is an outstanding merit. Few people can do it. And we have many people in Brazil spread all over the country that do this all the time. They are in a difficult scenario with challenges every day, so I congratulate every and all of you. We have very close political opportunities after this questioning we have. And with these investigations, we have management and political issues to deal with. After this parliamentary inquiry committee, we will continue the work. But the force of this parliamentary inquiry committee, we have opportunities. And I hope we are wise enough to take advantage on this and leave a concrete legacy on this specific and unexplored area. And the most important thing is the possibility to have companies as Discord and fine them in 50 million of Brazilian reais. And this way, things will happen. Without economic sanctions for this profile of companies, there's no possibility of cooperation, integrated work. But when money is on the table, money is involved, they will sit down, negotiate, because they know what happens. This is their business. This is their product. They know what's going on. And it's very difficult to negotiate to them if they only tell us lies. They do not have data. Encryption does not permit me to know it. And we know that's a lie, evidently. And only a reference to Mark. Thank you for coming. In the presentations in 2014, we talked about Amanda Todd case, and the suicide was caused by online bullying. And it's sad to see things haven't changed in their way. They have only intensified. And the state, globally speaking, not only in Brazil, did nothing. Let's try to make this happen. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Let's have a round of questions. Let's have 2 or 3 questions, and then they will answer them all at once. Mark has a question.
Since it's a different channel? Okay.
I will translate.
Okay. So from what you said, there are 2 things that are interesting. The first one is Amanda Todd, which serves as a warning that very few of us have listened to. And speaking to parents of victims in Canada and the US, their stories are very similar to her parents. So I think in terms of those of us who are in a position to influence decision making or can make decisions, I think that's an important case to turn to and look back, because the tools that we have not improved, but the threat has evolved significantly. And the scale of the amount of Amanda Todds we see is growing globally. So I think that should serve as an example for us to go forward. This is not unique. I mean, another case to look at is the Slender Man killing in the US in 2014 with the 2 young girls who stabbed one of their friends 54 times. So these behaviors, what we're seeing is not new. But like you said, we're the Gen Xers and we're still stuck in our old mentality. We need to change that. The other one is thinking about the tools that we have at our hands. Let's say in our example for Canada, we don't have a law against sextortion, which is problematic when we try to charge and go after these youths. So it's not unique to my country or yours, but I think globally, in terms of our global partnerships, what are the gaps that we need to address, or what are the gaps we need to identify within our own governments and our legislation to improve? And I think the collaboration that we are having, that I've had through Michele for the past 2 years, through other partners I've had in the UK and in the US, a little more problematic now, but Australia, New Zealand, those connections have had a tremendous impact in how we address this. I think it's how do we grow this, but how do we bring it to your role and your position where you have that type of influence? And what are some options that you see for us moving forward?
I'll summarize it. Mark talked about the international dimension of this problem, and he talked about international cooperation with many countries and the action the senator could have, because he's in an influencing position to bridge the gaps. The the legislation gap. The example in Canada where they do not have the definition of sextortion, and they have difficulties for this crime. Anyone else? I would like to complement what Mark talked about. We have many, many problems in typification of conducts. We are working because they are teenagers and we are protective of them. The problem is when they grow older and they are adults. So we make amendments to adapt. It's not a terrorism. We cannot count with priors. Many times it's Nazi apology. Swastika, they do not use it. They hardly use it, so we needed to readjust it to bring Brazil from the 20th century for the 21st century. I would like to ask about ZIA's regulation, because it talks about online environment protection, and this extreme shocking violence is scaled. So recently, in the last symposium of children and adolescents, professor presented the technologies that are scary, and dolls with AI, pornographic sites, children can go online too. So there are many manners that need regulation urgently before they are installed there, and the damage is much higher. As a senator, how can we collaborate? First of all, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to have you here. Thanks, everyone. This is such an important day. We could gather every institution. That was so difficult in the beginning when people didn't talk about it. And some people told me I was hysteric. People couldn't understand what online radicalization was. Institutions didn't talk to each other. It was such a huge, long process. And many institutions were connected. It was a whole process in the background, and people do not know about it. Today is clearer the need we have to have centralized action. These institutions need to talk to each other nationally so that we can collect data and see better the overview. The malicious agents we have been targeting this 764, that is our emergent work that are in Discord and Telegram. It's centralized and fluid. Lisa target someone. I have this person's data, this person's monitoring, but I'm in the south. Before I was in the northeast, so things are lost, are fluid, and we lose time with this decentralized data, and then lives are being lost because things are fast. So we need to think as a government and as institutions, how decentralization could happen. Would we do it through a task force, to a committee that is not subject to government, but a commission that other countries have? Canada has a commission only for this, the UK has a specific commission for this, and we do not. And the other point is, the other gaps we have because of infractions and the punishment time, because today I have another crime that minors have been committing. We have a victim's family, and 3 years, I know there are some things being dealt with, but we need to debate things. We know it's not going to be stopped so soon, these heinous crimes. And society needs an answer, because without a de-radicalization program, these minors will become aggressive, aggressor adults if they do not go through a disengagement process of this violent nihilism. Thank you so much.
I would like, this is very important, from what Michele brought. I was talking to Thelma and Gabriela at lunchtime. We've been having problems with the adolescents that are committing crimes that are cruel with much violence. And the psychiatric assessment is identifying future personality traits and diseases. It seems that they are going to become psychopaths, and we have nothing that embraces that. So, what we're going to do to a teenager that is turning 3 years of hospitalization or institutionalization? So, this is something that we should change in legislation. Now, this is a comment, it's not a question. When we had a series of attempts to murder, and we started the interaction with the Justice Ministry, we had attacks with Bolsonarists in schools. It's a very different nature of these crimes. And we started together researching and bringing the theme to politicize, because they would politicize in a different way. Form a team that we should be united together, because I believe it's a challenge that we are going to face. Mark, I think the challenge we face today in the world, from the point of view of cooperation in this theme, is a Trump government, the approach of the American government regarding the companies, big techs. It has stepped backwards on the process of coordination of these actions. The evolution is going to rely on the elections of the United States, even with the Europe, in the United Kingdom, Brazil, Australia moving. The economic domain still belongs to the big techs, and they are hosted in the US, and they are going to use this protection that Trump has offered to them. They are the top donors for his campaign, so we can't put things aside. We can't ignore that. Regarding sextortion, we have a project in the deputy office, and we are fighting for the advancement of this bill. It is sad saying that, but at the same time, it shows an opportunity. This is not a polemical project. It is not complex. It is not polemical. Technically, we have some issues, but it's about the agenda, the window of opportunity, political window of opportunity. So they are parking there for many years, but there's no reason why. In the morning, I contacted a senator from Bahia, confirming the request of this area. And they say that, oh my God, this man is saying he's doing so many things. Yes, but we have to do so many things. The bill is 4534 in 2024 and was approved in the deputy office, and it is talking about sextortion. But there's an issue about identification and academic fundamentation. So I'm here to listen to you and create a network for contact and relationship that allows me to build that, because it has a high charge of subjectivity. It's going to turn into a dilemma that Pablo has touched, is the polarization, because the big resistance, we have votes against the digital protection of children law, the ECA Digital, that they say that their freedom of expression is one positive thing, and but it's not about freedom of expression. This is not about freedom of expression, but people have deviations and biases on that. So we are going to have the challenge to define a consistent project that allows us to advance. But the Inquiry Parliamentary Commission of Militia is going to open opportunity windows to us. Of course, it's a group. I'll have to go to the next meeting to conduct the rejection of requiring of that could call the president of some president of other countries to discuss something that is incompatible to their constitution. So the fact that if we have Botelho's policies, we're going to have 2 million Brazilian people in prison with Bukele's legislation. If it's a group, if it's flowing with a logic and structured way, okay. So an opportunity to talk about specifically about radicalization and the violence stimulated by social media network. So we have to be aware at this moment because thinking about people are thinking about weapons, but the crime is way bigger. Regulation of AI. Lilian, we have a project that has been approved by the Senate and in under discussion among deputies, and it aligns with the other approaches, but it's been facing resistance among the deputies because they prefer deregulated model because it's easier for them to act illegally. So we have to do something specific regarding children and adolescents so that we have a protection layer that is consistent on this public. Everything that you see that has been practiced by people is produced massively by AI. But we know that this kind of conduct that is criminal is progressive. So, by having access to pornography and violence artificially is more and more stimulating the demand for violence and pornography in the real world. This has been studied. There's no doubt about that. So today we are not addressing that. It's just parking there. We're not talking about it. We've approved at the Senate a project we called hardening of treating the teenagers in conflict with law. And this is a project that can generate consensus. It has been a taboo to the left wing to deal with on how to treat an adolescent that is in conflict with the law. And this had an authorship of Fabiano Contarato. It had the agreement with Flávio Bolsonaro from Rio de Janeiro to adjust some technical issues, but it increases the time for institutionalization of the teenager without putting them in prison. So, in my vision, it is very interesting and consistent. It's one more that is there among the deputies to be voted, and we are asking for priority because it's not reasonable that a teenager, a 17-year-old teenager, is going to be free at 20, 21 years old with no type of treatment or recovering action. So it's an understanding that various of them are not recoverable, can't recover, because from a psychopathy, you don't have much to recover. You have how to diminish their symptoms, but if they have the opportunity, they are going to have new actions. So by unanimity, we could approve this that hardens the the dealings towards the teenagers in conflict with law. Another line that I've been repeating is that democracy is when we like what we hear. But no, democracy is that everybody can say whatever they want within the limits of the reasonable. But of course, you're going to have polarization. The risk we have to avoid is that this politicization or this search to political or electoral bias that tarnishes our work. So we had the example, for example, the change of the law that cares for the teenagers in conflict with law. As long as you have a process with the technical consensus and with the political leadership that can conduct it, so it's worth it. Thank God today in the Senate, I have a legitimacy by the colleagues from the left, both left and right wing. There's no need for having them all. There's no difficulty in having them all together to vote a consensus in this case. The challenges rely on not on the legislation towards teenagers. It's about budget. It's the last item on the working plan of the criminal organized crime bill. It's about budget. If I don't have budget, I can do nothing. In a country such as Brazil, with continental dimensions, and you have transnational interests and borders, of course, we could have the police to act in all the cases we have here, and then having 8 people and a good marketer people would say, we've doubled the number of policemen. Doubled is not enough. So that is going to demand society. The Brazilian society has decided through their representatives, they decided to spend 15,000 million real to elections. They decide on crazy things every 15 days. So if I have a technical consensus on them and a communication with those personalities that have followers, I have Felipe Neto with so many followers. If we create consensus in the society, among the society, intentional consensus, focused, maybe I don't know if I'm not an optimistic person or realistic, but maybe in less than 120 days we could have something concrete on a public security plan that touches all these aspects with the technical treatments for that and enough budget. These two things side by side generate a revolution. And that would not end our problems because we are going to have doctor not retired there within 7 years, so she's not going to drop it. And throughout all her time, she's going to be facing difficulties and the challenges. It belongs to those who fight against crime, but we can reduce outcomes and the outreach. And in this sense, we deserve attention. And you can count on us with our work, with our team. We do our best. We do thousands of things, but among all the things, this is going to be priority. Thank you very much. Congratulations for this event. See you next time. Thank you so much.
Turma boa. O ideal é fala aqui. Estaremos.
I think my visa also.
Pablo,